What is up, everybody? This is Edward back. This is Edward Anderson back with another video, another episode of Everybody Hates Black Men. I am your host, Edward Anderson. No, well, yeah, most likely no car video today, although the evening is technically young. But I plan on doing this for a few hours, and I'm actually saying that, so no, it's not going to last 6 or 7. We'll see how this goes. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe. Appreciate the new subscribers. Um, and we've had a really eventful day today. There's a lot of stuff going on. Like once you get tapped into the kind of like the slipstream when it comes to the content creation and stuff like that. Like I said, I still need to get going with these uploads. But the content creation, um, you man, it is. It's like a slipstream, and you dive in because you gotta kind of keep up with the stream, keep up with the growth, the momentum. And I'm never going to truly get away from live streams. What I do want to do though is I'm probably going to create another channel. I actually already have the channel done. It's the Edward 100K, and just start pushing some of you all over there in order to get that set up, monetized, and everything. Because eventually, what's going to happen is one channel is going to be for live. One channel is going to be for live streams, and one channel is going to be for uploads. This channel is probably going to be for uploads, and the other channel's gonna be for live streams. Interesting thought. I actually saw a post on Hollywood Unlocked that was talking. I don't even want to repeat this until. Yeah, because I can't believe like Hollywood Unlocked would even say that. Like Hollywood Unlocked literally said that like the Queen of England might have passed away, and I'm like, why would you even say that? Let's see. Tina Knowles. So I actually do want to do a video on Tina Knowles as far as the information. So she's 68 years old. Um, but we're gonna actually do two things. We're gonna do some play-by-plays. So we're gonna go through. we're going to go through. Um, we're gonna go through Bernard Riley's video, and we're gonna go through the video Chez Charde did on. I'm saying her name right. Oh, it just took a day. Anyway, on she did yesterday. So shout out to her. She's been doing some really good content, and Bernard might have actually hit up on something because Bernard hit almost 800. He had like 70 viewers, and ironically, he hit that while talking to a woman, a young 25-year-old, and the conversation was actually very productive. As far as us saying what needs to be said, but her being heard, and then maybe her, and I think we kind of sent her on better than probably what she came. I probably wasn't the main contributor to it. I wasn't, but Little Bit Nate actually did a really excellent job. Game Changer did a good job. I wasn't really all over the place, but I didn't land like I usually like to, but I still communicated the points I wanted to communicate. And the things that needed to be hit was hit. So shout out to Maurice for the $10 super chat. I definitely do appreciate that. I appreciate, especially you all. Like, I got a handful of people that you all are really consistent. So I definitely do appreciate that. So if there's a video you all want me to do, definitely put that out there. So much appreciated. Also shout out to Pharaoh. I haven't seen Pharaoh in a while. I'm sure he's been on the road getting that those inflated prices and getting that money. So I'm not mad at you. Shout out to Pharaoh, world class hustler, Edmondson. What it do, fam? It's been a man. Keep putting your foot on the gynocracy neck. Yeah, and this is a great day to come and check me out. We're gonna be going through some beautiful fuckery today. We're gonna be breaking down some beautiful fuckery. We're gonna break down the good, the bad, ugly, and what's great about this is one of my favorite subjects. Negroes and their inability to tell the difference between good black women and bad black women. So as you see in the title, the good, the bad, the ugly, and the confused, and we're gonna go through all of them. We are going to go through all of them. I appreciate that, Mike. She has COVID and rumors. She passed last week, but they have her doppelganger doing her duties. A lot of room. Ooh, I'm not gonna go into that, but though that I mean, I'm not gonna go into that, but that's not something I'd say you crazy for saying. Um, so we'll see. So we will see. I'm curious. We will see. Little Big Nate won the debate. Well, it really wasn't a debate. He did, but here's what you got to understand. Little Big Nate did more teaching than really debating, and how that ended. Because here's the truth, and I'm going to show the difference. I'm going to show the difference. And let's be clear here. Tina Knowles looks great for a 68-year-old. Let's keep that all the way 100. If this is Beyonce's future, I mean, you know, there's definitely worse fate. So I ain't putting her age up there to like play or anything. But let me see, documentary. I mean, she's right up there with hold on, hold on. Give me a second. Let's see Vanessa Williams age. How old is Vanessa Williams? Yeah, so she's 10 years older than. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. If you actually compare her, if you legit, it might be that Creole blood. If you legit compare her to Tina Knowles, she may look slightly younger. You may see it. It may show up in the body that she's younger, but it ain't. It's kind of like an eyeball shot. So anyway. But Tina Knowles is working on this documentary, and I'm not gonna lie, I haven't looked really into it a lot. The only time I've saw it is when all these women are crying about it, saying crazy shit, and I want you to hear from their own words. I'm not. I want you to hear because you got to hear this from their own words. I mean, this is how you all got to hear from your own words, and that's just how you all are. So the profile, the Black Man trailer, the Teen Knows docu-series aims to debunk stereotypes. Let me see. Is there a yeah, I want to do something that's asking to say what it is. So we'll look at it together. My bad. My bad, yo. I'm sitting there coughing in the phone. Man. I deserve for that. Absolutely. Let's see. And then you all know the Cash App, so appreciate it. Just getting everything settled. So Tina Knowles Lawson's docu-series, and you know what? I'm not even mad at Tina Knowles. I mean, her ex-husband did have a baby on her. So yeah, that kind of warrants. I mean, she still kept it. Well, obviously Beyonce knows. Warned her getting back her name. So I ain't even gonna be mad at her. Profile: the Black Man debunks the societal stereotypes of our men. Oh, she says our men. Absolutely. So this was done on February 10th. Tina Knowles Lawson. And so this is before all the women crying. So Tina Knowles Lawson has definitely been on her A game. She's been dedicated to holding space for empowering conversations with notable figures in entertainment. First, with her recently launched Facebook Watch series, Talks with Mama Tina, and now with Profile the Black Man, a new limited docuseries in conjunction with Discovery Plus and OWN. Okay, got to give a little bit of credit to Oprah, but that little crumb to balance out all the fucking mountains of bullshit. But it is what it is. Through a dynamic mixture of historical footage, real life testimony, and commentary from an array of renowned thought leaders, the four-part documentary examines the origins of widespread stereotypes that have impacted the lives of Black men for centuries. So here's the deal. I read the first story. I'll give her credit for at least highlighting it. I mean, we already know what it is. If OWN's involved, this is going to be a very top down, not really digging into deep, not mentioning the guy see it all. And I don't expect Tina Knowles to even do that. But even just the fact that on a major platform she acknowledged it, that's acknowledged, does a and focused on men, which is why the other folks are mad. We can always, people that search will eventually, the people that search hard enough will see some of the other stuff that goes back into some stuff BGS and other people have done. So in that way, I'll give it credit, but let's be clear, this is not I'm sure this is going to be some Black History Month washed, not really digging, but at least acknowledge it so people can't say, oh, that's some black male worship, as people are saying. Let's see. In addition to Tina Knowles' work as an executive producer of the series, she will also offer her own reflections alongside featured commentary from notable community members such as civil rights activist D. Ray McKell. Oh, God. Activist Tamika Mallory, hip hop culture icon Sway like what I said. This I don't want to curse. I'm gonna curse anyway. The shit is gonna be basically, you acknowledge it, but they're not going real deep into it. Like I said, you already see who those people are. The depictions we constantly see as black men frequently minimize the depth of who they are. Society has characterized black men by stories told through bias and racially tinted lenses, said Knowles Lawson. Profile the Black Men is a love letter to black men, telling them we see them and that they deserve to exist in this world in their fullness. And I am excited to lend my voice to reshaping the way our men are perceived, shining a light on the true essences of black men that I encounter every day. I don't need to go through all of this, but you get the point. And at the end of the day, this is one of these things where this is stuff like this is this, you got to realize dudes have been looking real stupid out here, and you got to give them something. You got to give them something. You got to give them something to be able to say, all black women ain't bad and y'all just complain. You got to give them something to run with. And dudes, quite frankly, have not had nothing to run with. And this is something that's out there. This is something that's out there that, it's a nice gesture on Black History Month. Shout out to Aisa with the $5 Cash App for the Bernard After Stream. Shout out to Red M for you ran the marathon today. I believe Red M hit me with that yesterday, which is much, 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 much appreciated. Y'all all get a my nigga. And yeah, so there you go. So that being said, we're gonna go through the first chick. We're going the first woman, the lovely lady, for real, as Dennis Sperling would say. But in this case, we're actually serious. Let's see. But I will give her credit putting it out. I'll give her credit. I don't need to do a report card, but it's not, let's keep it all the way 100. But, once I see D-Ray and Mallory, we already know what it is. That's also part, we need to get these new people in to make them look like civil rights leaders. And actually, Shay is on right now, doing some shit. I don't know, talking about some nationalism. But yeah, so we're gonna skip this one particular part I want to jump on. And there's a couple of things we're gonna break down. So as you know, because this is my channel, we're gonna start with the ugly. And then we'll start with the confused, then we'll jump around. I kind of say the good. Well, technically Shay can be looked at as good. There's a couple other goods. Shout out to Grinch. You did a good follow-up to on the Tasha K thing. I haven't really been digging deep into that. I've given my points, but I haven't really taken a true position on that. I'm leaving that to some of y'all. With Tasha K and all that, that's some crazy shit over there, for real. I may look into that, but I can't be everywhere all the time. And I told you, I do got other shit to do. So you gotta do what you gotta do. But this is gonna be funny. This is gonna be now. Full disclosure, I have seen this. I have seen it where it starts to go a little left. And so let's go.
Chats. Okay, on to the next caller. Let's see. Hey, how's it going?
I mean, just look at all of this. You notice how a lot of times when a lot of these women have a certain look, they have a certain exaggerated look. Like a, look at me, look at me, look at me, please look at me. Like that sort of look. Just a thought.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. So what you got?
Okay, well, I've been kind of like watching
it. Well, as far as, I don't know if you're talking about Shay, but as far as her is concerned, I have my thoughts and some suggestions, and these are just suggestions that I'm going to give to you all. She can take it or leave it. I get what you're saying, Jesse. So I have my thoughts, but we'll get there when we get there. But as far as that, well, we'll get there when we get there.
Watching your channel a lot. We obviously don't agree on a lot of things, but I felt like this topic was extremely important.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's why I called in.
Okay.
So, first of all, getting back to the petition and that documentary, you said before that you don't know what black male worship is.
No, yeah, I said, to me, like,
I'm gonna try to let it play more than I usually do, because some of y'all do get tired of me hitting it all the time real quick with a trigger.
I didn't understand the concept because I can't think of any, at the very least in American history, right, where there's been ever a case of a black man being worshipped institutionally. I don't know of churches where people go into the church and see a big image of a black man on a cross or anything. Like it doesn't really make sense to me, especially being that black men are.
I want you to point this out because a lot of dudes, they kind of come on this please believe me kind of attitude when they came up on her and downloaded all of this stuff as far as Crystal and Kerrison. And so when people say, okay, why are you acting like you don't really understand? Part of it is also to come across objective. Part of it is also for the people to come up to challenge them to really present the case. And I want to point out, she does this. She's doing this with them too. Just so you know. So don't think she's just doing that because she's playing a role. She is, but not like one way. Just saying.
Like the most homicided, we looked at the numbers. The least employed when it comes to certain things. There's a lot of different institutional issues that they have. This has been admitted from the government. So it's like, I'm just like, from an institutional standpoint, the different policies that have been made against them, against the community. How can we worship a group of men that is the most oppressed? That's what I've never necessarily.
Here's the thing. This documentary is Black Male Worship 101. Okay, this is an example of black male worship. This is an example of the black male worshiping culture that we live in. Right?
So we live in a black male worshiping culture. Okay.
You are raising black men up as a martyr, like they're dying for like noble causes, and you're raising them up to look like the biggest victims on
this sounds like projection,
the face of the earth, and they need all of this support and understanding when they perpetrate the most crimes against their own selves, as you just pointed out in your own statistics.
I want you to pay attention to this. She keeps coming back to black men killing black men. Like, to her, this is like an extremely big problem. And my question would be, what, as a black woman, why do you really care? Why do you believe that's like? So pay attention to that.
They are not being targeted. They're not being profiled. The news can't portray what is not being done.
And I understand, dude. The only thing, shout out to Chris, but the only thing you can reasonably say that black men are quote unquote worshipped on is really sexually, and that's really more fetishized than worship. That's the first thing. As far as like sports and music, that's not worship. That's not worship. It's not worship. When people take your stuff, like for instance, black men basically were instrumental in creating rock and basically created rock and roll, obviously hip hop, even country music came from black people too. And so worship is when you actually credit the sources. So that's not worship. Copied is not always worship.
So whatever the news is portraying, whatever the media is portraying, it's what black men are giving them. So that's why it's being shown, and that's why it's being played back.
So basically what you're saying, everything that's said in the media is true. So if the media starts showing so everything the media says about black women is true. By that definition, the media never lies. By that definition.
And black men certainly feed into their own stereotypes. Black men certainly are the face of
I'm sure Shay would appreciate that compliment.
A lot of crime. They're the face of a lot of violence. They are highly mass incarcerated. They're highly homicidal. They sell a lot of drugs. They do a lot of illegal things. Are there cases?
She said, like, you know what I would ask this chick straight up? I would, don't let me, this is why I can't come up here on stuff. Because I would say, you know what? I got a question for you. Do you believe that the world would be a better place if black men weren't in it? I want to fuck the bullshit, fuck the arguing about the stats. We go in there straight up. That's exactly what I would say. And I would ask it just like I'm asking it right now. I want to get to the heart of what you think. Fuck all this back and forth bullshit. And she's dumb enough to answer the question. Honestly. Because we already know where this is going. Now, supposedly she's divested. Now, you already know David Carroll is rolling in his grave right now, right when I say that. But supposedly she's divested. I know black women did with white. I'm not even going there. Supposedly she's divested already.
Where a black man didn't do it and he was freed, yes. Is that the majority of convictions? No.
The majority of black men that are in jail for nonviolent drug offenses. That's the majority of why black men are in jail, which is one of the reasons why they always get out. You're assuming that racism is made up. Racism, which, I mean, she looks like one of these chicks that if you wanted to do a photo op with her wrapped around the Confederate flag with some random white, she looks like she would be in one of those pictures. Don't you agree?
50% those who seek exoneration, black men, over 50% of them actually are let go. Also, what I showed for black men, that was homicides. We didn't break down who's actually doing it. What's the percentage?
That comes up, Mr. Perry. That comes up.
Percentage. We didn't compare that with other groups of men. We know in general, homicide among men generally tends to happen within the ethnic group. So I didn't say that, black men, they're killing the most. Those are white supremacist talking points. I would love if you had.
And here's the thing too, because she's gonna start getting animated real quick. But here's the thing: if there's a reason why women don't present stats. Most of the time when women present things, they like to present surveys. They don't really present stats, because surveys, they can give you an idea of something, absolutely, but they don't override stats. And so here's the thing. Black on black crime, like black men killing black men, does happen. But here's the truth. That is a direct result of the poverty position black men are in. Like, it'd be different if you said that black men no matter where you go in the economic ladder, they're doing crime at a higher rate than other groups. I don't believe that's true. Or they're doing because that means no matter what black men do, they always find the crime to do. Also, you have to look at it from a horizontal standpoint. Is every group of men, are the men that are they killed by their own group? In the United States, that answers yes. I know it is, because if it wasn't, a lot of these chicks would have produced stats showing that, because that would show there's a problem with black men. White men kill white men more than anybody. Latin men, Asian men. Why? Because of proximity. So when we show this black on black crime epidemic, to a certain extent, there are cultural things that as far as like certain structural things that kind of produce that more than others, because black men have more structural poverty to a certain poverty. But at the same time, that's not some, oh, well, black men just kill each other. That is a white supremacist talking point. That is. And watch when she asks her information, she just watch what she says.
Resources or stats to share with me, I will be more than happy.
Wait. What do you mean? Black men are killing themselves the most.
No. But I'm saying so if we go up and say, oh, they have the high percentage of this.
What?
Love to look over that. I'll just say that, because like I said, we can all come up here and spew stats and spew stuff.
I'm just going by real life. Okay. I'm going by real life. Black men do kill each other.
Real life. Any black woman that tells me they're going by real life, when you know how bent black women see real life, no, you're going by real life. What does that even mean? What does that even mean? Like, I'll give you a perfect example. You know where we're going with this. Let's play the hype game. You talk to most black men, these niggas think fucking 50% of these y'all niggas are over 6 feet. If you ask a black woman, how tall you think the average man is? Most of these hoes will say 6 foot, because that's what they look at. Most of them would say 6 foot. Most dudes will say that because that's what they're around. We had this conversation already. Y'all know or may be aware. Obsidian shared it. I haven't talked about it because it's not really our lane. But it was a Tekken player, a female Tekken player that's pretty good. She got fired or removed from her team because she said anybody under 5'7" basically shouldn't have rights. Here's the thing. She's Japanese. The average height in Japan is 5'7". So, I mean, you're basically talking about 50% of the men, because we know in Japan, you ain't got a lot of 6 foot people that are dragging that up. That's probably pretty close to the median. So she said, fuck half the country. And by the way, half the country that actually works, that actually makes the world go around monetarily. So this ain't like, America. Well, most of the women have money, so you can shrug it under the rug. That could cost real money and real sponsorships. Shout out to Prime BA757. Shout out to Newport News, Bad News, Virginia, and Virginia Beach. A lot of ass and a lot of ratchetry over there. I don't know if that's where you're at. Fun Black History fact. Richmond, Virginia used to be a very strong banking hub, like the black version of Charlotte, as far as banks in the South. It used to be actually a black Wall Street. If it were true, then more stories of black men killing their non-black spouses should be popping up. Absolutely. Appreciate the $5, man. I definitely do appreciate the $5. Who else do we have? We have shout out to Biscuit Oliva with the $2 super sticker. Shout out to the movie Life with Martin Lawrence and Reggie Miller. Not Reggie Miller, Eddie Murphy. When he said, "Where you going, Biscuit? Where you going, boy?" You know who his wife was? This chick right here on the right.
They're the most. They're not killed by cops more often. They're not.
He said, "I'm from VA Beach." Hey, but they let you know I ain't an idiot.
Not being targeted by cops. They're not being hunted down like animals. Are there situations? Yes, that's true.
This chick sound like she watched nothing but Fox News. Black women, single moms raise 80% of the homeless in jail. You know, they always forget that.
But it's extremely minuscule. It's extremely small.
Okay, curious if your real life, since
So basically, so all the shit black women go through, no, that shit is underreported if anything. But black men,
you've been, how can you say that if you've been divested? How would you accurately know what's happening?
Because I live in the world, Jay. I live in the world. I see. I watch the news.
You live in the world. You're invested in a white community. You watch a white news that is owned by not black people, not even by black and brown people, by a specific people group that does not necessarily always have black people in mind. So
yeah, but the argument, no, I'm not arguing that. Like, yes, black, but like, because keep in mind, NBA fan, when you talk about rates, that means pound for pound, which means within your percentage. Because black people deal with more poverty than other groups typically deal with, then yes, it stands to make sense those things happen. Because it's pretty much like a form of economic cannibalism. It's the same thing when if a white person says a price is the price, that you gonna honor that, respect that price, either buy or don't buy. A black person says the price is the price, you got a problem. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. And what she won't say is a lot of, I promise you, violence amongst black women is higher than violence amongst other races of women. Black women are incarcerated more than other races of women. But in her mind, that's all because they are related to black men. In her mind, that's black men's fault, and women are victims of that. You see what I'm saying? So everything she's saying, you can pretty much push it to the other way.
You've divested from the community that you no longer are part of, but you still are aware of what's happening in that community.
Yes, it's a little hard not to be aware. Okay, for one, I'm still a black woman. And again, a lot of your ideas about divestors are...
You being a black woman doesn't mean anything. You being a black woman doesn't mean you have this like everything. There's nothing you have said that has any insight that a black woman would know that any racist white woman has never seen black. Everything. Oh, okay. I want you to understand something. Every single thing she has said up to this point, every single thing a white woman that has never seen black people before and only looking at it through TV could say. A white woman that does not have, old white woman that does not have internet, that does not have internet, that has never seen a black person before, because there are states where it is so rare to see a black person. TV is the only way you're seeing it. There's nothing she says that you couldn't get just straight up from certain news networks. Nothing.
Extremely false. That's why I don't really like to come up on these kinds of...
Well, she won't say that, and this is why these women always cover that up, or they get silent on that
channels, because
think about how she's, you know, that's why I don't like to come on these kinds of channels. What do you mean these kinds of channels? You mean channels of people that are going to have an open mind? You know, channels that are not going to be fuck black men out the gate? You mean channels? I mean, when you say these, and we already know what she's saying, pick me, and I'm on my channel, so I can tell you what it. Pick me means nigger lover. This woman sees this other woman as a nigger lover. This is what they mean, and I'm gonna keep it real. When I was saying that shit, when I originally said that, I did not know that you had women like straight up calling black women calling black men nigger with the hard ER. I didn't know that. I didn't really, because I told you niggas, I do not go over there listening to these chicks. I don't. So it wasn't until Kerrison put that video out there, I kind of heard a little bit of that, but when she said it, I know it had to be big for her to say that like that. Because pretty much she's like, you're effing with my money with this bullshit. Like, seriously. So I know it's a problem. So I'm telling you that, and that or Nakers, yeah, I'm telling you, yo, that's what they're calling these women. That is coded language. I promise you. It is not when we call a dude a simp. When we call a dude a simp, we are saying you are giving more value than you're getting, and we're doing that. We're not doing that to label him like how they're doing it. Anyway,
y'all run on things that you hear and things that you think you know. So it's very hard to talk to people like you because you say things that are just not true. And
BGS, quick question. What's it called? It said, Sun is a hot rod. Thought this was Kelly Rowland. You think she's got some favorability? I want to get the BGS, you know, say so on that.
I don't always feel like, you know, giving you the rundown and the 411 every single time. But
she knows what you chicks are saying. She just want to see what you want.
I felt like this topic was appropriate enough and important enough. And no.
What do you mean it's important? Tina Knowles is just doing a docuseries, and that's pretty much like a Black Lives Matter young introduction to the new young Democrats that are supposed to be your AstroTurf folks. That's what that is. And, you know, I appreciate the gesture. That's another thing, too. That's probably something that's very much supported by the Democratic Party. It's like, we got to throw these niggas something. You know, we got an election coming out. We got to throw these niggas something. We ain't going to do nothing real, but we got to at least throw them something.
Being divested does not mean I don't see Black men.
I know she's a 7. I'm asking. I'm asking you, does she look like? And 7 is a compliment for BDS. That's like pretty much 8 everywhere else. But and I don't even look like she got makeup like that on too. So I'm asking you, does she look like Kelly Rowland? Does she favor Kelly Rowland? You said Nelly Furlan. Don't play.
And that I don't see Black problems. I do see them. They're in my face.
Notice how she said Black problems.
They're always on the news. People are always marching and protesting. How can you not see them?
Bitch, you're watching the news a little bit too much.
They're there.
Okay, so you're informed. Just so I'm curious, you're informed about what's happening in the Black community primarily by the news. That's what you just said.
I'm informed by the Black community that I was born and raised in. I'm informed by the Black community that I live in.
Okay. Because I could say, well, the Black community that I was born and raised in, that wasn't my experience. But listen, we all have our own experience. Like I said, no issues there. And listen, I have no issue with anybody wanting to date and marry interracially. I said that plenty of times. The video I did a few days.
That's never their problem, though. That's not their problem with you. Their problem with you is you're with a Black man. Period. And that Black man ain't got his nuts cut off. And it's evident in how you acting. That's their problem. Their problem has nothing to do with and I know she's just saying that, but it has nothing to do with that, and they know that.
Days ago, Crystal Cares, and I'm sure you are familiar with her. She, more than you or me, would be familiar with divesting and swirling, since she is instrumental in that movement. And she shared many of the same, I guess, complaints that I had about the divestment movement, as far as it being used to promote ideas that are harmful and untrue. So that is my issue. If you want to date and marry a white man, I have zero issue with that.
Well, I could say something.
Go ahead! Go ahead! Get the fuck! Go ahead! Do it!
White women are better. Why are you constantly talking about Black women? I could say the same thing. Why does the Black manosphere always talk about Black women? If you
because most Black men as of right now are not really running the date out, because they would have just did it. They would have just did it. Most SYSB, most dudes on the ground that are really dating out, like I'm talking, okay, there's YouTube that basically gives voice to what's going on, and then there's what happens on the ground. Most dudes that are not on YouTube, see, Black men don't really need a movement to date out. Yes, they're that SYSB informed, but that was more in response to the dick policing, which, by the way, does not happen with Black women. In reverse, the IRS, the vaginal police department, is not funded. That sector, but the dick policing department, the BBC PD, oh yeah, that's well funded. That's overfunded. They're always with the latest technology, the latest training. They all overstaffed. Oh yeah, they ready for that ass. Always.
The other races of women that are better, go there. Why you keep?
I'm glad you said that.
Black women's name in your mouth.
The Black men have Black. Here's the problem. Most Black men have Black women's names in their mouths because they want to date them. But also this idea that if Black men get targeted by Black women, you all actually root these niggas out. It ain't like, okay, if they just leave, you're good. These dudes get basically looked at. And celebrity economics, they want to know. Yes, the BBC PD.
I could say the same thing.
Well, it's not really a fair comparison because
yes, it is
back and forth. But I mean, we all know. I mean, Kevin Samuels, he's kind of mainstream at this.
I mean, that's that tit for tat bullshit. You know, oh, but they do it too. You can't equate black men talking for the last 10 years on one social media platform that gained some traction to black women having decades of this stuff. First of all, we got to unravel the anti-propaganda that you're spewing right now today. Like this is white supremacist rhetoric. Like my question is, we know why y'all don't keep black men out of mouths, names out your mouth, because you all understand that most of you all are not really. Y'all talk about divested. I personally thought divested meant get a non-black man. Now we talking about divested is like a mindset. Oh, get the fuck out of here. And that you all pretty much prove David Carroll right. If you don't have a non-black man that is claiming you, fucking a black man does not count as being divested. The Olivia Pope shit doesn't count. If you don't have a white man that claims you, you are not divested. This is why Kara can legit say she was divested. Period. Period. You can't claim that. That's like people that talk about I'm an entrepreneur, but when you actually look at what they're doing or what they've done, they haven't done anything. They're a entrepreneur. That's not the same. Just saying.
And he has the support of men and women. And he's talked to a lot of different races, a lot of different ethnic groups.
Kevin Samuels doesn't really promote black men dating out. Kevin Samuels has no problem with it, but Kevin Samuels has made it very clear he would prefer black men deal with black women, but he's not saying that black men are just you're not supposed to have 50% of your group just not have kids, men, because black women don't want to act right. Which is why he's talking to y'all in the first place. Kevin didn't know that shit would blow up. BGS told him, but look, I get BGS is on the Nostradamus shit, but you know how there's a difference between being told and difference between the shit really happening. I know for BGS that's not a wide gap, but for the rest of us, it is. We can't always be right, and I'm not saying that to be facetious. BGS got a strong batting average.
Supporting men and women, and he's basically, but this is not.
Nigga said black women divested. Nigga, that's funny. Yo, somebody needs to make a t-shirt, been divested since slavery. Yo, that'd be a beautiful t-shirt.
About Kevin Samuels. We can go down that rabbit hole. I don't really want to do that.
I know.
She's just throwing shit out there. All she's doing is just throwing. She just wants to be argumentative. I had to deal with a chick like this in the back chat and Bernard shit. They just want to be argumentative. It has nothing to do with facts. Has nothing to do with nothing. And what a lot of women that would be more on Shay's kind of side is they would be like, this is what I ran into with Nurse Nerd. Not her personally, but her bitch ass friend Oblavi. Yes, she's a bitch. And Nurse was pretty much, I know what she was on. This is my friend. He's a guy. It had to be something she did to piss her off, even though she know how her friend is. What are you gonna say with this now? That's what I would say. These are two women. Which one looks more sensible? You don't look before anybody says a word. Which one looks more sensible? That chick looks like she would be on she would be in David Carroll's rest in peace go-to war chest. God, man. You notice the action got you notice the quote unquote civil war really started to heat up once David passed. Man, that's some irony, man. That's fucked up, yo, for real.
Oh, but I had to bring them up because people always say, why do you talk about black men? I'm just throwing it out there, like, we could ask the same question, so that's, let's not go there.
When people, that's not the point. The point is you seem to be very knowledgeable about, you keep saying everything's on your face. I watch CNN. I mean, I have that shit in the background while I'm doing my job. Yo, that shit ain't out there like that. I could have CNN, CNBC. Usually I watch CNBC to be true be told. But I can scan through all of the news stuff. What black men, unless it's political season, that shit is not out there like she's saying it is. It's really not. She's sitting here acting like she's listening. The way she talking about it, you would think she's listening to fucking Radio 1, whatever that, or TV 1, that show, that network that old Roland Martin used to headline. Like all you seeing is nigga shit. That's not true. You know that's not true. That has to be you looking for it. Now your algorithms may be showing you that, but because you constantly searching for stories. But the truth is, a lot of y'all got a low key obsession, and you want to sit there and say, why people talk about black men? Because black women are actively doing stuff, and it's not the same. It is not the same. Shout out to Black Who Strikes. Topping Chad off in the officer janitor closet does not qualify as divestment. No, because you can do that and still be in the black community. I mean, that's what a lot of y'all been doing. Y'all just think because we don't talk about it, we don't know. A lot of dudes either don't really care to discuss it for ego reasons, or it's like, what? It ain't like you going nowhere. Rico likes that the BBC PD. Yeah, that's another Edward Andersonism. I come up with some certain things. I be forgetting this shit unless I hear somebody else say it. I'm like, I think I said that.
I could ask the same exact question about the Black manosphere. All right. The bottom line, and really the only thing that I wanted to say was this is the example of how Black men are worshipped. They're constantly made to look like victims. They're constantly made to look like martyrs when they perpetuate.
Any female that says black men are worshipped is as far as I'm concerned, clinically insane. BGS, now you know what a fucking social mental illness is and what I mean when I say that. Now you know what that is. Like, this is stuff you don't even hear white men say this. You don't even hear white women. Like, there's no other, like, people like, could you imagine this chick, even amongst like people that are racist? Like, could you imagine her saying this shit to like Jared Taylor or Richard Spencer? They would have to correct her. They're like, what are you talking about? Like, I mean, we ain't like, is that what you think we do? Do you think that we just out here saying anything? Is that what you think this is? That we just out here saying? And I'm gonna tell you something. If it turned out that she ain't passed, and you got all these female blogs like announcing that she's passed, that's gonna make motherfuckers look stupid as hell. I just want to say that. But anyway, let's keep going.
The most violence against their own selves. They are not being killed by police more than they kill each other. That is a lie.
What I ask is that if this is true, can you please share?
No, and she's gonna get pissed off, but she keeps saying black men are killing themselves. What does that have to do with divestment? She keeps saying that. And the truth is, black women, number one, black men are not getting it. First of all, black men are not getting any resources as a result of black on black crime. That BS. If anything, black women are benefiting from that, which is why they're out there marching. And it sounds like she's just angry because black women are out there marching. Black women benefit from that as far as marching.
You have the right to own experience. I have the right to my own experience. Please share your data and information. That's all I'm asking.
Okay, I can.
That's another thing too. Another thing that doesn't get talked about is a lot of the black on black crime is dudes that are put on send off missions by women. If women stop sexually validating David Carroll, if they stop, who passed away? They're saying that they think the Queen of England has. Rumor has it. If black women stop sexually validating dudes that operate like that, they wouldn't do it. Remember that Chirac remember the Chirac documentary with Spike Lee? That's with Nick Cannon. That's what that was about. They sexually validate a lot of that behavior because that shit is wild. But see, you'll never hear divestors. As much as divestors, you notice how divestors seem to be experts on the black community, but that shit is only directed at black men.
Do that, but I want to know. I'm asking you, do you believe that cops kill black men more than black men kill black men?
No, I don't believe that, but nobody never said that. Nobody never said that. And that's a false equivalency. Because the truth is, if cops killed any other group, that would be a problem. The point is, before 9/11, cops, for the most part, cops were more held accountable. But this idea, man, please, this is how you know she's far gone. But nobody never made that argument. Nobody never made that argument.
I'm not going to say yes or no. I haven't done enough research to say.
That's a rumor. It's running on like Hollywood Unlocked, which is a Black Rand thing, and it's running on The Jasmine brand. Ain't no major news outlet that said that.
But what I can say, because here's the thing, as Black women, we can both agree that we're Black women, right? I think if we deny or overlook that we definitely live in a nation or in a system that is not, it's not meant and it's not built for Black communities as a whole to actually thrive. If we want to overlook that, if we want to completely overlook things like the Monahan report, where the government itself admitted that, like, yeah, there are institutional things that have specifically and continue to specifically.
What does that have to do with Black men continuing
that
to run
has
each other
everything
down?
to do with it, actually. It has
What does
everything
that have to do with Black men? What's that to do with Black men gunning each?
Black men gun each other down because of poverty. Now, I don't really use that as an excuse, but that is a factor in it. And the Monahan, it matters in the Monahan report because the Monahan report talked about the jobs, family structure, people in the home. Again, why do you care so much about quote unquote Black on Black crime? Because you make it sound like every Black person is basically killing every Black. She makes the shit sound like it's a fucking free fire zone, the way she makes it sound. The majority of Black men are not in jail because of violence. They're in jail because of nonviolent drug offenses, mostly around marijuana.
Other down and killing each other for no reason.
We can argue. I mean, if we really want to argue, okay, well, Black men are killing. Let's just assume that's true. Then why are Black women aborting their babies? If we're so,
I've never had.
Now you know that Shay is pissed. This is interesting because now I'm gonna see what does a chick sound when she's, because you know motherfuckers be acting like women that are feminine never get mad. Well, we're gonna see what that looks like. That's good to know too. But well, I know already, but you get what I'm saying. But the thing about it is, like, even with the abortion, but I said this when I was listening to this, I was like, yo, her saying that in reference to, because keep in mind, you have yet to explain Black male worship. Because that's why she came up here. She came up here because she said Tina Knowles. Now, I want you to understand who the fuck Tina Knowles is, right? Remember what Tina Knowles did like 3 years ago? This was before COVID. When I won't say she cut off, I won't say she punched. She very harshly grazed nuts. Socially speaking, when she checked that, she checked that dude like a hockey player. And he ain't even do nothing. Her boyfriend, right? They pretty much, clearly she has a type because dude looked pretty much just like her husband. Same archetype, which, hey, that's ain't nothing wrong with that. You know what you want. But she checked that motherfucker. So this idea that Tina Knowles is not no weak chick. I would say Tina Knowles is a lot more like Solange. Tina Knowles strikes me as a lot more like Solange than Beyonce. But she probably has control over it. I dated a chick that her mother reminded me of like how Tina Knowles is as far as how they raise each other. Beyonce talked about how her mother slapped shit out of her one time. And I'm gonna tell you something. Y'all be thinking these light-skinned chicks don't be heavy-handed with their daughters. Yo, when you see Stephen Curry's mom, yo, these light-skinned women, yo, they be these lot like these Boule or mulatto women, shit. A lot they don't do that friend shit. They just as heavy-handed with their daughters is what you would think the stereotype is. They just don't do all the yelling and screaming shit. They just go put their hands on you. I ain't saying to beat the shit out you, but they ain't gonna do all the yelling. Like, they make sure if they do raise their voice, you see that as a mercy because you understand, okay, I'm getting this versus getting that work. I've seen that shit, yo. Exactly. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, did she marry him? My point is, this is not no woman. I don't want to call her a strong Black woman, but she's right on the line of that, and she's definitely assertive. She worked hard. She's a product of working hard, getting it in, and you ain't gonna say shit. The old guard rank. And I'm not mad at her about that. But she also understood that things, you have to maintain things. And that's where a lot of women fall off, is there is a role that comes with that type of stuff. And it ain't just it's all the men and all the men's fault. No, women have that role when it comes to other women, right? And look, when her, so my point is, you know, this ain't no woman that she just owns some. This ain't no woman that's on some pick-me stuff. Plus, Tina knows you can look at what she looks like. You already know that she's never been ugly. We you know, she's never been not attractive. I mean, she's 68 years old, so you get what you get with that. But you get what I'm saying. This is not a chick that needed to quote unquote think about, am I going to get picked? That's no. This is no. So let's cut the BS. Like Tina Knowles is worshiping men. Like that's dumb. You got to pick better people if you're gonna pull that.
An abortion, okay? I don't really know what that has to do with.
But you know, black women get it. Like it ain't about you though. You know, like it ain't about you. You know, please.
Black men killing black men. What?
I mean, how many times? Like, okay, I got this throught still. We gonna take a shot every time this bitch says black men killing black men. Who's with me?
What does my abortion have to do with a black man killing a black man?
But
what's that got to do with that?
But you see what I'm saying? Because I'm like, if we want to go there, okay, let's just assume
it goes there because you keep on talking about killing. You're killing children. So yeah, if you want to play tit for tat like that, but like I said before, her talking about black on black crime is in reference to worship is like somebody she telling me black men beat the shit out of black women, and then I'm like, and then I bring up the abortion card. It has nothing to do with that.
All these black men are going over hunting. Let's assume right. Let's assume that that's true. All these black men, the black men living next to you, the black men you grew up with, the black men that I'm married to, all of them are just going around being murdered. Let's just assume that's true. What's happening?
I didn't say that was true.
No. But I'm saying because I think to help make a point, right? Just help make a point, since they're all dangerous.
I didn't say they're all dangerous.
Bitch, then what did you say? Then can we be clear? So then.
What I'm saying
exactly. So what the fuck are you saying? She's being stupid.
Is this documentary is saying that their stereotypes and their profiling is all being perpetuated by the media, and they have.
You haven't even fucking seen it. You've seen what they've said it is. Are we serious?
No participation in how they are presenting their own selves.
That's not. Oh my God! Let me let this play.
Yeah, no,
it's this idea that they are being unfairly targeted and being hunted down like animals and being killed, when that is not true. They do not. You are right. Like violent crimes and homicides are less common than heart disease.
And when people, but you got, okay, fine, you understand that, but this is what kills me with that. This is the same energy a lot of black women have for black boys. Whenever you do anything for black men, it's a problem. Now, all of these fucking caveats, every last caveat, when you talk about colorism, featureism, hair, when you talk about anything that black women talk about, if you were to make these same points, because trust and believe, every single thing black women go through, there is a lot of internal things that drive that black women don't talk about. A lot of it. It's a problem. This is the same kind of energy that ran Iyanla Vanzant off of her show. This is the same kind of energy that had smoke for Shahrazad Ali. And, you know, Shahrazad Ali, you know, when she talked about this space, she talked about mother. You heard what she said about our space. You know, these are like, she's hiding that. The reality is black male worship is basically saying if you do anything that is pro-black men at all, you are worshiping black men, therefore you're part of a problem. And you know good and well she is not replying, she's not pointing that back at black women.
And strokes, but black men are not killed more by the cops.
Nobody ever said that. Nobody ever said that.
Than they are by each other.
Right, but
that is the bottom line.
I'm saying that point is not about, because you could argue that for all.
Number one, that documentary ain't saying that. I know they ain't saying that, but I know who's behind it. And number two, nobody has ever said that. Do you like, we're not in a fucking police state. Like, what are you talking about? There is not a, let's be clear here, unless you're talking about Chairman Mao's China or something where you're dealing with like a Holocaustal situation, there is not a single modern, look, there's not a single Western country, and most countries where people, I don't, in fact, fuck that. I would argue you may be able to count 1 or 2 countries or 3 that, you know, the police are killing citizens more. Like, man, that's you see how ridiculous that shit sounds? Like, I can't even get the shit out.
That's what I'm saying. That's kind of the invalid.
But no other race of man is sitting up here acting like a victim.
That's not true. Do you not? So you're not aware of like the white manosphere? You're.
So you're not aware, like that is not true. Like, are you not aware of Richard Spencer? Are you not aware? God damn, January 6th. They raided the goddamn the fuck? What is it? Charlottesville? Like the fuck? I'm like, come on. Oh man, this shit is fun, yo.
There's no.
I don't see.
Look at her eyes. Like, I love it. I love it. This is why I told you niggas. I said, do not try to influence Shay. It's far more entertaining for her to realize the fuckery herself. Don't try to influence her. Don't try to download the information. Don't give her the history. Just let her talk to him. And then sponsor her to go on a vacation with her husband. I know she doesn't need it. They don't need the money, but just as a thank you for even being willing to have the conversation with them, you know, just as a thank you, so she can chill out. Because look, you might see the black, you might see the ratchet come out of shit. I don't know. She might say, I never knew I had that in me.
I don't see other races of men acting like somebody is unfairly targeting them and making them out to be bad when they're not really bad. That's what I'm saying. Okay, these type of documentaries are only for black men. This type of stuff where black men somebody needs to give them a fair chance. The white man.
Yeah, because we have a collection of black male worship, like material, entertainment material. Boy, I love this. You can't even. Boy, this is some beautiful shit, yo. This is some beautiful shit. You know, this fuckery. You can't get this fuckery at a cheap price.
Holding them down, and
I'm here for Shay's reactions.
They got all these things coming at them left, right, and center. That's for black men.
What doesn't make sense what doesn't make sense to me, because this kind of feeds into the idea that black men are conquered, yada 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 yada.
Oh yes,
they're conquered. So if they're conquered, then how are they?
How can you be worshipped if you're conquered? I hate when says 2 ideas can't occupy the same space at the same time, but that is true for that shit. How can you be worshipped? People tell me, how can you be worshipped and conquered at the same time? Maybe I'm too stupid to understand. That's a possibility.
How are they producing? How do they have the power, right, to negatively impact, to harm?
No. Let's just keep it simple. Keep it. How can they be worshipped and be conquered?
To hurt black women, to hold us back. If they're conquered and if they're power.
Well, Shay, you're skipping steps. See, first thing you got to do is establish, does she think the black community is a patriarchy, matriarchy, gynocracy, or other? And clearly she thinks it's a patriarchy. So with that being said, you then jump to, what power do you observe that black men have over black women? And when I say power, I mean things they can force black women to do. For instance, white men have the ability to collectively prefer skinny women and reject fat women, you know, because they have the economics to basically choose winners or losers in that way. That's an example. We're skipping steps, but we'll go with it.
Because black men do not have power in relation to other races of men. They just don't. Okay.
So how do they have power over you in a multicultural society?
Okay, that's
Which is actually not true. Let's keep it real. No, like other races of men don't really have power in the United States. Latin men do not have power in that way. This is why they stick to their own groups. Asian men, they don't have power. They don't have the numbers. So stop that. Only white men really have like the power that she's talking about. Only white men have in this country.
that's how it is. Black men, in relation to other races of men, they don't have the same type of power. They don't have the same type of resource.
What does that have to do with what? Again, that only strengthens Shay's point of then how the fuck? Because we know black. How the fuck can it? What can they do to black women then? Where is that coming from? I'm waiting. I'm waiting. I'm waiting.
Okay, but in relation to women, in relation to the communities that other Black men are in, like for example, the whole
Oh, I'm waiting for this. Let's see what she's gonna say.
like during the pandemic, there was a serious rise in crime and violence. All right, a couple of Black women were gunned down by Black men over stimulus checks. Remember that? All
Yeah,
right.
and
That's not power. That's not power. I mean, so essentially what you're saying, and actually based on that, that's not true. If you're basically saying black men are physically stronger, and if we just wanted to whoop your ass and take what we wanted from you, we could. That's not true, because we have this thing called the police force. And black women do exercise that, calling 911. So if you all actually have the ability to leverage the power of the white man, at least on a black man, because when y'all pull that shit on a white man, you get what that happened with that chick in Connecticut, where they start dragging their feet. But if they're black, oh, they'll come out there for you. So what are you talking about? So that's actually not true. But let's go.
We know who did it. We know who the color of the man was. So in that,
and notice how she's talking about a couple of stories. Just like how Crystal and Carrots are talking about 160. 160 people can be killed in Chicago in a fucking weekend, 4th of July. What are you talking about? So basically, if one black woman dies, and notice how, and this is what's crazy, notice how they always talk so animatedly about what black men are doing. But when white people kill them, they're fucking silent. When white men beat their ass, even if something as high profile as an NFL player, they are quiet as church mouses. Not that they cover it and it's a blink if you miss it. They pretend it doesn't even exist. And you would think they would care about that if that's where you're divesting to. Especially if you can't leverage the power. You don't have the same rights as a woman over there. That's a problem. But whatever.
Instance, and in other instances, black men can exhibit power when they have the power to take your life. When they have the power.
Well, that's the power every man has over every woman. And like I said, I already addressed that in the black. I already addressed that. Black women, number one, if that's the case, then if that's the case, that's by that definition, every man has power over every woman. Like by that definition. So no, that's not it. Ma'am, that's not admissible. That is not admissible in court, ma'am.
What?
To jump you outside of a liquor store and try to bite your eye out in New York. They do have power in what they do to women and children.
Yeah, okay. And
okay, so then they do have they don't have the same kind of power as other men, but they still do have a form of power.
She's literally like a gasp of this level of bullshit. Shay, now you know what the fuck we've been dealing with. Oh yeah, absolutely, and it's great. I've said that for a while now. I got to bring some of the old Edward Anderson isms. Everybody was wilding out with the financially transmitted diseases on TJ Randolph stuff. Oh, I got a couple of Edward Anderson, just like the BBC PD. And by the way, shout out to Glenn and Cameron, the Black Community Marketing Department. That's his. But appreciate the $5, Mike and Vince Purpose. Absolutely. And it's a great question. It's a great way to tell what they're on. And it's also a way where you can insert it in conversation. Like, don't necessarily ask a woman directly about it. Tell a story. Make up a story where you ask the woman and say she answered it this way. What are your thoughts? That way, you can feel them out. It's a great question. It's a wonderful, wonderful question. And by the way, I think I got that from a female. I'm not sure.
That they do exercise. So it's not that they're powerless.
So what would you say?
Power.
Okay. So assuming that's all true. So what would you say for the fact that Black women are more violent than Black men? When we look at the stats, I've done plenty of videos at this. Black women are the ones to initiate violence in interpersonal relationships more than 2 times more than Black men.
And the truth is, you're more likely to get fucked up by a Black female as a Black female than by a Black man, because we know assault has levels. Like, women assaulting other women is not looked upon the same as men assaulting women. Like, straight up. So this idea that, but she gonna say that don't count.
What do you have to say about that?
So black women initiate violence.
And they initiate violence amongst other Black women too.
Yeah, and
which is why a lot of these chicks are so afraid to stand up to them.
Relationships. Well, actually, now, women, to be fair, this is women in general. Women in general across the board right now are initiating violence more towards, but it's the high.
And you see that in the lesbiana relationships too.
For Black women. And here is the, I guess, the challenge with what I have of what you're saying, right? No one, I don't argue the fact that there are bad.
Yes, Verdon, she is.
Bad actors in the Black community. There are men in the Black community that have done horrible things that need to be held accountable.
Yes, they have.
And oftentimes are held accountable even when they're not guilty, right? But either way, yes, that does.
She makes it sound like this is what's crazy to me. Like, this was crazy to me. The way she makes it sound like you, by definition, Latin men have a lot more. You just said Latin men have more power. Do you believe, this is where she's fucking up. Latin men are not really exercising power over other groups of men. For example, there's, I believe there's more Latin men in the United States than women. So by that, this is one of the reasons why Latin men get annoyed about Black men fucking with their women, quote unquote. But they don't have the same kind of white privilege credit card that they can put on women like a white people can on the women, that walks with them. So it's purely economic and egalitarian, unless, women are going to obviously prefer to be with their own group in the law of the numbers, but you're going to get a lot more breakage there. So my thing is, if Latin men really had power, then Latin women would not be dating Black men to the level that they do. If it was that much of a power gap. But see, that can't exist in her mind. That idea, because that goes against what she believes to be true about her worldview. This is like a lot of this is you're arguing, and look, this ain't no slick diss, because I don't Sub-Zero use the word worldview a lot. But what I'm saying is she has a certain worldview, and that worldview, this ain't like, okay, you have a worldview and it's only a couple of Achilles heels in that worldview. This woman has a whole lot of cracks in her worldview. Like, it's a whole lot of cracks. It's not really built on any strong foundation. Like, for instance, Glenn and Cameron had a worldview that was backed by him having a lot of money, him knowing how to make money in a lot of different ways, and a lot of growth markets, and him, being, poor and coming out of that and having the right mindsets. This woman's worldview is very, very fragile. I didn't know this was going to go this long.
Does happen. Absolutely. Yes. A, B, C, X, Y, and Z. I agree. We cannot act like Black women are not implicated in that, because
the truth is, white men killing white women white men get away with shit all the fucking time. This idea that Black men, it's crazy, and it really is. And again, I told you all about, I'm not trying to blanket a whole culture, but there's things about the Latin culture that black people are not privy to. I'm not going to go into some of the things like that, because I don't want nobody to think I'm just lambasting folks. But when TLA told that story about, like that story when it came to the Glenn and Cameron situation with the Hispanic dude, there's a reason why he told that. And so black, like again, a lot of what she's doing is projection.
For every Pookie and Ray Ray, he had a mom. He had a mom.
Did he have a dad?
Yes, he did.
What
But
happened to him? Where you got?
But again, I don't want to hear that shit. If you carried before you married, I don't want. That's not admissible. That's not admissible. Because my thing is, as far as I'm fucking concerned, if you're not getting see, here's the problem. The reason why women don't like to be accountable to that is because they understand that now you're putting the control in the man's hands. Because if a dude doesn't want to marry you, now you're not really getting it in like that unless he's serious about you. And women have these ideas that they pussy can change people. So as far as I'm concerned, no, it doesn't count. It doesn't matter. Because the reality is you didn't secure that man's commitment. You didn't feel that was important. You're not going to play this. Well, this is your responsibility. Because guess what? There's certain people, like take Tristan Thompson, for example. Look at what Chloe's doing. He don't give a fuck. Now compare that to like what Adele is doing to Rich Paul. Different. Compare that with Simone Biles, to be fair. Is doing what the dude she was with. That she was fiending over clearly. But she wasn't fiending over that motherfucker so much she got a baby out of him. Out of her.
And if you want to go,
and so the idea, and so by that definition, that's like me saying, well, you might as well assume a black woman is a bad mother if a dad's not around. You might as well make that assumption.
There, because now this is getting us into the where was the dad, yada yada. We already know the 80-20 rule. If you want to look at the 80-20 rule, the rules of dating. The rules of the fact that there is such a higher percentage of single mothers within the black community than black men. I've also broken this down. So what is this showing us? It's showing us that there are a large group of black women who are procreating with a small group of black men. That's not including black women who divest or who do create kids with other
races and end up single fucking mothers. But see, that don't get talked about. You got a couple of breakage chicks that'll bring that up.
Well, you do know that,
like in her mind, that is, again, that's worldview. She has a worldview, and this is.
And least likely, white men, when it comes to child support, they're more likely to not pay child support than black men because
black men drag their single motherhood degeneracy into every community that they date into. Okay, this is also a fact. It doesn't matter where they're at in class, how much money they make.
That's true for black women too. Even if I give you that. No, number one, class, that's actually not true. And they also did a study saying black men are the best fathers. The reality of the situation is you're projecting.
Their baby daddy nonsense goes with them everywhere they go. It follows them everywhere they go.
So 54% of black men being single and child. So that large group of men who have no children.
When men, it doesn't matter. When men are making children, you can't use.
She didn't even acknowledge that shit. She just fucked that. Again, that's not in her worldview.
Men that don't have children. And I don't have any children, so I'm not.
It's not about you, though. You see, that's what she does. She makes it about her when she doesn't have an answer. I want to see if Shay is going to hold her to it.
I have no dog in this fight. When men have children,
you have no dog in this fight, but you talking all this shit. I told you, I still date black women. Understand? If I were to go SYHBM for real, I'm not gonna be mentioning black women like that. They're not gonna exist. This is why for instance, when you don't hear Glenda talk about black women like that. You know why? Because you don't deal with them.
When they make children with other races of women, the pattern persists.
Yeah, no, that's BS. But I appreciate you.
She just Chance did. I'm calling her Chance again.
You got me. And like I said, if you have listen, like I said,
it's not BS. It's true. White women are the new face of single motherhood. Latina women are as well.
Yeah, no, I'm saying single motherhood across the board has gone up.
I mean, like single motherhood in Colombia is 85%. That has nothing to do with black men dating out. Black men don't have the statistical numbers to drive that up amongst all races. Not like that. See, in her mind, there's no such thing as a deadbeat dad. He has to be black. There's no such thing as a white deadbeat dad in her mind. This is what I'm saying. These women are in. David Carroll did this work. So we spent a lot of time on this. I didn't expect to spend this much time on this. Shout out to Jaws 2003. Been flipping between you and Irene Yvette. Both of you are all talking about divestors, but the difference with the audience is eye opening. Absolutely. I mean, at the end of the day, man, a lot of look, I'm here for the truth. I'm not here to basically advocate for black men. I'm here for what the truth is. If the truth is black men weren't shit, all of us, that'd be a lot easy to fix. Honestly, because that'd be direct, very linear. The women are dealing with worldview, and the problem is divestors are getting a bad look. And quite well, it don't even matter.
But I'm saying because
especially for black men.
I mean, shit, they got statistics talk about black men are most likely to be stepfathers.
Huh?
Especially for black men.
No, what you're saying is yes. What you're saying is BS. And if it is true, it's not nearly as significant as black women. But like I said, this is stupid. It's like, why are we black women?
Because
this black woman.
You know who I would love her, like, honestly, because the thing about it is Shay needs to talk. Like, you can't talk to the fucking idiots. I would think Shay and Irene Yvette would be a great that would actually, I think, be a great conversation.
There's issues on both sides. My issue
okay, and listen, I'm not going to take up too much more of your time. I'm just going to say that I just wanted to give you an introduction to Black Male Worship 101, okay? Black men are not...
You didn't say, like, oh my God.
Martyrs. They're not victims. They're not being hunted down. They perpetuate the most violence against their own selves. They take their own selves out. They're not disproportionately targeted by the police. They're not disproportionately targeted by single mothers. They're not killing them, okay? They kill each other. They harm each other. They hurt each other. That's what they do. All right. So they're not victims. End of story. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, you're good.
What I would have asked? I would have asked too, and I'm not trying to backseat quarterback her, but I would ask, what is it about me that draws you to want to listen to me? What is it like? I would really want to know that.
So assuming, like I said, assuming that that's true, let's just assume everything she said is true. Who was the mother that raised those kids? And then, like I said, then we can argue, well, where their dad.
Well, I mean, in their mind, but see, you notice how it can't be their fault. Just like, let's take black men off the table. When you look at what black women are doing and what they become as a group, that's a play on their femininity. You can't just say it's because the dad's not there. Because by definition, what you're essentially saying is black motherhood don't mean shit outside of just birthing the motherfuckers. So by definition, what you're really saying is, is it, in your opinion, who do you think is more instrumental in the child? Because if you're saying it's the man, then the men should get the kids if they want them. That should be by default. Do you agree with that? Shout out to Lotus Scalper.
We already mentioned this. The single mother rate is a much higher among black women than black men.
Well, facts don't matter in their world. She got Mr. Z on here. Let's see what Mr. Z said. Because Mr. Z wanted to play the download game.
The Lord's work just now. Jesus Christ.
Like I said, people are welcome to their opinion. They are. I just ask, especially if we're gonna create anybody as the villain, particularly, that we have research to back it up. It's really easy to come up here and say, you know what? Well, because of my situation and because of that media that I saw, or that music video that I saw, or because of that.
Don't time this. Do not look. I'm gonna tell you. You time her out one more fucking time, I'm gonna give her a wrench. I told you all about that.
Therefore, our black women are horrible. Look at Cardi B. All these black women over here having, thoughts having sex and all these,
Huh. Oh, so you're down, huh? So you're down here, huh? See what she has to say, because this is video 1. This is video 1. Now, this was the other shit. I wanted to show the damage this bullshit does, which is video number 2. But let's see what she has to say. I'm curious to see what she has to say. Told y'all about that shit. I'm gonna start going through these things and removing you all's wrenches. Like, we don't do that over here. Let's see. Why do black men not have to be accountable for abandoning their kids? Well, first of all, let's keep it real. I want to say this, and I want to be very clear with you. I'm not Shay. Shay's a very nice woman. I'm not her. So let's keep this all the way 100. But I'll answer your questions. Why do black men not have to be accountable for abandoning their kids? You say like black women, like, okay, I understand you all understand English. You use the word accountable. The reality of the situation is if you all cannot understand the concept of marrying before you carry, then by definition, quite frankly, by definition of Darwinism, you're not going to get a good man. You keep so only a black woman that a man, they have to be able to show that the man married them and that man was just beating the shit out of them, meaning not both on violence. And then the man filed for, that's why they filed for divorce. But let me not go through all of that. Real talk. If you weren't married to the man you had a kid with, I don't want to hear that shit. I'm a childless man. 54% of black men are childless. I don't give a fuck about that. It's not my problem that black women can't control a pussy and they judge a man based on how much it makes their pussy wet. That's a personal problem. Truth be told, it really is. Just like if a black man dated a stripper and said, I don't like, we'll give some examples. Drake, Paul, Paul, NBA player, dating strippers and porn stars, and they say, well, why isn't this a good mom? So you're fucking stupid is what you're telling me, huh? You know what? Fuck this. Let's see what you got. I'm not going to do that. Let's see what you got. I dropped the link. I'm not about to answer. I can answer all this shit, but I'm not going to. We'll see if you'll come up. You don't want to know my real opinion on why that is, but let's see if you'll come up. Let's see if you can say this to a real one. Trust me, I got a lot more influence than the size of my channel. I'm waiting. Nah, I don't love this shit. I don't love this shit. It's actually not often a woman comes on here, and usually it's pretty cordial. What is up?
Hey, you can hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so apparently that triggered some folks, but
no, it didn't trigger anybody. I actually was going through a series of videos that are play-by-plays. Yours was the first. And I was going to go through another one which had a young 25-year-old black female that was saying some of the same goofy shit until she had some common sense put into her. And it was reinforced by the black women. And she was sent off her way with other black females that actually have common sense, such as Crimson Cure, Pink Book Lessons, and a couple of other people that are recommended that are independent operators.
Everybody that agrees with black men doesn't have common sense. Every black woman that's in this space.
So let's start right here. I'm going to ask you a question, and we're going right into the jugular on it. Do you believe that the world would be a better place if black men didn't exist?
No.
You don't believe that?
No.
I'm interested because that's the opinion that I got from what you said.
That's not what I said. And this is why I said people are triggered, because when I say triggered, I mean people hear what they want to hear. They don't hear what I said.
So
they
what
hear
did you
what
say?
They hear what
I mean, I played what you said.
Okay, where did you hear me say the world would be a better place without black men?
You never said that. That's why I'm asking you the question. I wouldn't have asked it to you if you had already said it. I was curious to see how far you go with this. Because the other day I played, look, I usually don't deal in this type of content to keep it real, but given the time, CARES and basically jumping off the divester movement, that used to be called the swirler movement, when she pretty much created the movement, very interesting. So we'll go here. We'll start. I'll allow you to ask me some questions. You asking some of them in the chat. I want to give you the opportunity to say them yourself rather than me talking down to you in the chat with you not having the ability to respond. So what are some of the questions you have? Because I didn't see all of them. I had to scroll up.
I only asked like 2 questions. I think the last question I asked was because immediately when we start talking about who raised them, which is what she asked me, is who raised them,
that's
right?
where it ended.
people start talking about single mothers and marriage and did you marry before you carry, and I'm
Yes.
talking about this fatherless generation of men. I am not talking about marriage. Marriages can end. We're not talking about marriage. Just because the marriage didn't work out or she didn't marry, that does not give the man a scapegoat to have all these boys out here, all these fatherless boys. That's why all these boys and men out here looking for daddies and granddaddies and godfathers because they have no real
Okay,
fathers.
time out. Do you believe women choose the fathers for their children?
Yes, women choose the fathers.
Okay, so if you believe that, then that's where it starts. If you have make no mistake, it's one thing they don't say about the 53% of black men that are childless. That is the widest gap that any race in the United States has when it comes to men to women. It's usually not that large. So that being said, it's very clear women are selecting dudes. And here's another thing I'm gonna ask you: do you believe black women have sexual agency in the United States of America?
Everybody has sexual agency.
Do you believe sexual selection is at the core of how family creation is had or started, or the
I
root of it?
believe that instead of telling women to choose better, black men need to be better.
Again, 54. I'm telling you this to say this. I don't have kids. I have a brother that's 5. My brothers are 5 years apart. And let me keep it all the way 100 with you. My mom, all my brothers are half. All my brothers have brothers. My mother had me at 26 with and then my other brothers, they have different fathers. So, and I'm the oldest. So my point is, and that's not indicative in my family actually, but my brothers don't have, none of us have kids yet, and I'm 35. My middle brother is 31, and my youngest brother is about to turn 26. We don't have kids, and yes, we all date black women. Me a little bit more than they do, but they've dated black women ever since they got out of their phases. My point to saying that is, what you're saying is to a childless man. Let me ask you this: what is it that you expect me to do for dudes that are having these kids?
Stop telling them that it's not their fault that they don't raise their own kids, because this takes accountability away from the men that do have kids, and y'all always want to put the responsibility of raising kids onto women, and y'all wonder why. Y'all blame men for not being masculine and their femininity is raised by
Are
single
you
mothers.
aware? I don't know how familiar you are with this space. Are you aware of the term educated lame?
Of course, I'm very familiar with this space.
Of course. So do you know where that comes from?
Of course, I know where the educated lame comes from.
Where like, do you know who actually created the term?
No.
It was actually a dude that probably would consider himself an educated lame, Sergeant Willie Pete. I'm just saying that. I don't expect you to know that. That's very obscure because it was a while ago, but it wasn't a street dude that came up with that term. Obviously, you know what a Pookie and Ray Ray is. I'm not going to be facetious on that. My point is, so if you're aware of this space, then you are aware that, quote unquote, educated lames, or I call them classic black men, and street dudes, some would call them Pookie and Ray Rays, we're always having hot wars and cold wars in our space. Always. Have you seen this? Where we're sitting there saying, basically doing the same accountability that you say doesn't exist, or is that not something you see?
No, I see way more smoke for the women that didn't raise the boys to be men. That's the problem.
Okay,
Women are not raising boys.
What are your favorite, like the Manosphere? Give me some examples of Manosphere channels that you listen to. I asked you that because the manosphere is a wide place. It's just like how the woman sphere is actually larger than the manosphere. So I wouldn't have no clue who you listen to. Like, you could listen to Karis and Chrissy, Paris, Cynthia G, which is not the same as Paris and Chrissy. You see what I'm saying? So I just want to get an idea when you say certain rhetoric is happening. Like who are you hearing this from? I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm just saying who you're hearing this from.
I mean, some of the channels that I've listened to, like I'm not a regular listener of these channels, but I will say that I found Tommy Sotomayor and Sergeant Willie Pete first, and I consider them the basically the creators of the Black Manosphere. and they have all these other branches.
They're
after
definitely
them.
early. They're definitely early adopters. Tommy more so than SWP. SWP was definitely an influencer, you know. But SWP has never let black men off the hook for creating children. I mean, I can point you to his channel right now. He has an archive. It doesn't reflect that. It doesn't reflect that. And as far as Tommy Sotomayor is a shock jock. Even Tommy Sotomayor is not really on team. He talks very strong about black women, but he's not team niggas just Pookie and Ray Ray end up and not having no accountability and responsibility. There's really no dude there's really no dude that's prominent. And you know what? I'll throw you a bone. There's a guy by the name, shout out to Ramil Amir. He talks about this concept of pump and dump. But even Ramil basically not being emotionally invested, which is getting caught up in the bullshit that these sisters want to play. A lot of these finessers and people don't occupy that space. But even Ramil Amir is not telling dudes to get kids because you get up by child support. We roasted PJ Tucker, watch whatever the fuck his name is, in this space. Now, some people like Fresh and Fit were jumping on Brittany Renner, but we said you knew who you were dealing with. She wrote a book. Yeah, you skipped over all these dads that he had, because he had dads, coaches, women that are in his family, to deal with this chick that was 6 years older than you. And then you get caught up with a kid. That's your fault. So my thing is, y'all have this idea of what happens versus what really happens. So that's why I'm asking you. Fuck Stacks. What dudes have you really said that say it's okay for a dude to have multiple kids? Like, seriously, because we've been constantly having these battles. Like SWP has been calling out street dudes.
Listen, the message of the Black Manosphere and all of the men in this space does not hold men accountable, because just like
what do you mean? Okay, time out. And I'm gonna let you talk after this. When you say hold men accountable, because a lot of people say that, I want you to, and I'm not gonna cut you off. I'm gonna give you like 3-4 minutes. Tell me what your vision is. So this is not me trying to put you in a pincer move. What is your vision of black men holding other black men accountable? I'm gonna mute up.
Okay, black men holding other men accountable, especially when it comes to the fatherhood issue, is not putting more of the blame onto the woman, since she is the one that carries the child and she is the one that gets pregnant. I think that a lot of men see that women are more responsible for this because they are the ones that carry the child, but that only really means that we have more of the consequence. That doesn't actually make us more responsible. You are still equally, actually, if not more, responsible, because you can also choose where you put your seed. And there is no accountability for the men that choose the women. It is always on the women for not choosing better. And the lack of accountability comes in when you talk about this 54% of men that don't have kids. If they don't have kids, then they don't have kids, and we're not talking about them. I don't have kids either. That's not the point. That doesn't make any less.
But that's not the narrative. The narrative is every nigga got a kid. But the reason why I'm jumping back in is because, like, there was a guy in the Black Manosphere. His name is Dennis Sperling, just so you can look it up. And he was
I've watched his channel.
Jessica X. Okay. So he said if it was up to him, and I'm not against Dennis, to be honest. He said if it was up to him, he would line up Pookie's street dudes and shoot them in the street. I say that to say this. I'm not saying that's what you're saying, but I say that to say this. As a man, I'm looking for tangible accountability. If I hit you and you call the cops, I'm going to be held accountable. If you have a brother, he is going to hold me accountable. So I'm talking about a physical, tangible thing. Like, you're using accountability like where the blame is being aimed. Let me tell you something. If women are having sex with men, it is nothing that men can say, because at the end of the day, you know what you're going to get? Nigga, I'm getting buns, though. Shut the fuck up with your lame ass. Because at the end of the day, the only thing that men really move on other than violence is sexual access. We can't control who you fuck. And that's kind of the problem as to why the women always get looked at, because women are validating the behaviors they're complaining about. Let me tell you something. I told this 25-year-old on another panel, and she came on the channel just like it is. I don't look for these conversations. I said, you don't hear body count really talked about in the black manosphere. That's something the white boys really complain about. For the most part, we've already seeded that. If black women didn't have the kid, most black men would let a lot of that hot girl summer bullshit go, to be honest with you. So if it was just a man, and I'm not saying to have a whole bunch of abortions, because honestly, that can psychologically fuck up a woman. That's what the morning after pill's for. So my thing is, when you choose to have a child, that is creating a domino effect. And the thing is, let's say I go with what you're saying. How do we hold black men accountable without controlling your womb?
Because what you're doing, right? Like when you say it's on the woman, it's on the woman, it's your problem, you know, you need to close your legs, you need to this, and it's on the woman. Does that not tell black men that they don't have responsibility as well?
I'm asking
The black men that are listening.
I'm asking you to tell me, because apparently I'm too fucking stupid, because I've been in this space for 5 years and I ain't figured this shit out. How do I hold black men accountable when they still have access to certain black women? Like what I'm asking you, give me other ideas of what this because what you're essentially saying, if I'm understanding you right, is we just need to use words and shaming language to
No, we
tell
don't need to
men
use
you ain't
words.
shit, you a deadbeat. Because honestly, that already happens. Every time a nigga
Why
got a
don't
kid.
you just tell them to use a condom? Why don't you just tell them that they have control over who they get pregnant?
Are you aware that black men use condoms more than any other race in the United States?
How would you even qualify or quantify who uses a condom more than somebody? This is why I don't get into
There is
the
studies.
statistics.
No. There is statistics. I mean, shit. You ask the people to create a statistic, but statistically, and as far as evidence, you can actually trace it with the advent of the child support laws. When the child support laws got revamped to take it a little bit to take it off of the state and more on your black ass. When I say your black ass, I'm talking about black men, to the point where they're gonna put your black ass in jail if you don't do it, which is why we have people like Angry Man, Mr. Palmer, advocating that child support needs to be reformed. You saw an increase in condoms, and you saw an increase in that percentage of black men not having kids, because
So
black
are
men
you
are not
saying
trying to
black
get
women
caught
are
up in
getting
the
pregnant
system.
on purpose?
So I got a question for you. I'm gonna answer that. So do you believe that black women actually have kids that they don't intend to have? Is that your belief?
A lot of pregnancies are not planned, but I know black women are not purposely trapping a bunch of men that can't take care of kids. I don't think women go out of their way to get pregnant by men that can't provide.
So have you ever heard the term "I wanted the baby but not the man"?
That doesn't mean that she wants to get pregnant by a man that.
No, this is after they got they got the kid right here, and that's what they say. Have you heard the term sperm donor? Most women that don't have kids don't say that. These are women that are basically explaining that they don't need the man. I'm talking about young women. We're not talking about women that are like 30s. I'm talking about women that are in their 20s. I've heard this, and this is not something that's like out there. Have you heard that?
I've heard the term sperm donor. A lot of us had sperm donor daddies.
Have you
Okay.
heard? No, well, no, it's in reference. We're talking about younger women, not like the Papa was a Rolling Stone kind of thing, which is a kind of a different era. Have you ever seen a woman look at? And I'm talking about your experiences being around women, black women, white women. I don't care. Have you ever seen? And I'm particularly looking at black women in this case. Your experience that if a dude is of a certain age, that he's looked at funny if he doesn't have kids.
Yeah, are you asking me if I've seen that?
Have you observed that? Media, real life, whatever.
Not really.
So you haven't observed that if dudes are, let's say, I'm 35 and no kids. Women have wondered, does his dick work? Does he know how to put it down? Because if he did, he'd have a baby to show for it. Some chick would have had his kid. You're not familiar with this mentality.
No.
It exists. It very much exists. Like, don't like we black men very much so understand. So let me say this: most black men don't look under the hood as far as why people do. On my channel, we talk about culture. That's what I talk about. That's what I focus on because that's the ultimate problem. And make no mistake, when I'm talking about culture, I am not just talking about black women. Black men buy into the a lot of these culture things as well. When black men do the educated layman Pookie and Ray Ray argument, at the center of that is them competing for black women. We can argue the socialization. That's not black women's fault. That's grown men that are north of 40 having that conversation. So at that point, we have to ask ourselves, why are you competing against other black? This actually feeds a little bit into the black on black crime thing you were talking about, but without the violence. Because what actually I started my channel off of is I wanted to know why black men didn't work together economically, why every area of activity, just to define them for you. We'll start with Dr. Clark Anderson's 5 floors: economics, legal, media, education, political. Then you could add the sex, law, sex, war, religion. At the center of all these activities is culture. It permeates all of it. And it's not just amongst black women. It's also what black men do. So when you see Pookie and Ray Ray versus Educated Lane, they're competing for black women even when black women don't even exist. It actually was started up when Kevin Samuels was talking to Nicki Minaj because black men didn't like how he comported himself with her. He thought he should take her head off. He should keep it real. A lot of us thought that he handled it the way he needed to handle it. Because at the end of the day, she's fucking Nicki Minaj. The fuck you're going to do? And to be fair, he's talked to a lot of street chicks like that. Tommy Lee, Stormy Wellington. My point to you is this. Behind all of this is culture. Black people, black women, and black men don't talk about it. My biggest issue with divestors is when divestors, I promote divesting. I personally believe, and I'm not fucking with you. You can look, anybody will tell you in my chat. I say this almost every day. I believe that if black women believe they can do better than black men, I invite you to try. And I'm not saying that on no goofy shit. Meaning black men should champion black women divesting. Because personally, I'd rather you be happy over there than you run your mouth over here, angry and shit. I'm dead ass. The point, and I also champion it because at some point, black women are going to have, I ain't talking you personally, I'm talking about the whole group, to the ones that do. Because, like, for example, Feminine Fancy, I don't think she's officially a divester, but she strikes me as the ideal of what, people would aim for to really get the option that they want over there. My point is, at some point, y'all going to have to, black men's name is going to have to be taken out your mouth in order for you to pursue what you want. Now, you said on her shit, why do black men have black women's name in their mouth? You want to know why?
That's exactly right. And
hold on, I'm gonna answer. I'll let you talk. Black men want black women. Do you believe that black men want black women more than black women want black men? Would you agree with that statement?
I think black women wanted black men, but it is now past tense.
Cool.
I don't think black women want black men anymore.
So as of now, would you agree that black men want black women more than black women want black men now?
I believe black men want black women on their terms, not on anything that's correct or anything that it should be, but on their terms and on their terms only.
Define some of these terms for me. I'm curious.
Have you?
I mean, because I argue with niggas fucking fat bitches. These niggas argue with me talking about, nigga, you just mad because your dick ain't big enough so you can't reach, nigga. It's better, pussy better, nigga. I've literally had dudes on this platform. I've shared black women, their before and after pictures that they worked out. These are pictures I share on my Facebook. They worked out and literally lost like 150 pounds. And showing that, black women work out and shit. Niggas tell me. And we had drag out arguments that they would fuck both of the females. One chick literally looked like Precious on her before picture. So black men already accept you. Like, you honestly are telling me, and let's take out the top 10% of black men. Let's take out the best dudes that can, I call them currencies, sexual currency, economic. Let's take out the dudes that make make 250,000 a year. Let's take out the dudes that are famous. Let's take out the dudes that are like all the dudes that are like 6'4" and up. Like the dudes that, by definition of who they are and where they are, a lot of women are pursuing them. Just like how I wouldn't gravitate women based on 9s and 8s. I wouldn't do that. You're really telling me that the average black man is not accepting the average black woman, or has not accepted that?
Well, when it comes back to what I say about your terms, no. Black men only want black women on their terms. And if I could say,
Yeah,
I
because I'm
believe the
curious about
term,
what these term finish. Yeah, yep, absolutely. Go ahead. My bad. I'll stop cutting you off.
basically those terms are that you don't really have much of a choice or much of an option but to deal with whatever that man has to offer, which is why black men go so hard against degrees and PhDs and black women that earn their own money and earn a lot of money. I think that within the manosphere, because I've heard this over and over and over again, the woman that makes her own money, that does well for herself, doesn't have much value to black men because she has options. She doesn't have to put up with whatever she don't want to put up with. So those are not agreeable terms to most black men because he would actually have to put in a little bit more effort to keep her around.
That's not,
So
I mean, I mean, those are the terms. That's not true. The thing is, black men.
that is true. Black men, and
No.
this thing against degrees and PhDs is exactly because you don't want.
Black men don't have anything against degrees and PhDs. And
Yes, you do.
hold on, because I know that's a worldview punching statement. The issue, what black men are saying is, you're like, let's keep it real. If it's almost like, look, I'm 5'5", right? Now we know that a universal beauty marker is height. That's a cross, like that's a human thing as far as women. Now it's degrees to how much they care, right? But that's a human thing. This is not something I'm just putting on black women. My point is, if I come to you and tell you you shouldn't, and I mentioned height for a reason, because it's a universal and it's a very strong point to a lot of women. If I tell you you shouldn't want this, you should want that. At the end, and we can say it's biological to keep it real, that it doesn't matter what you say. It's gonna be what it's gonna be. So when you say, when you say, it's like you all come to us about your degrees. You say, I should accept a woman that's fat because you have a degree.
No, that's not what
Like,
I
no, I'm not saying that, but that's what it comes across as. It's not like, okay, the degree is the add-on, your money is the add-on. You know, it's
Nothing
that this
about
is what
average
you
at best
lead.
was
This
fat.
is what you
Nothing about
lead
average
with.
at best was fat. She was a completely in shape woman. The only reason
Average. No. Let's be clear here about average at best. Number one, she was average at best. Number two, if you want to ask me what my feminine ideal is, I would say it's Kelly Rowland. I would then say it's a Marilyn Negra. Unfortunately, she had a kid out of wedlock too. Kelly Rowland did it. I actually think if y'all was smart, y'all would say Kelly Rowland settled, because you could damn sure make a good case that she did. And she actually is stuck with that man, even though he almost fucked up her money. But anyway, it's her manager. But my point is that your degree doesn't overwrite other feminine aspects. Your degree, a question, what does your degree have to do with feminine? Is it your opinion that a college degree increases femininity in black women or decreases it?
No. Black women do not get degrees for femininity or because they're feminist or because they think they're better than black men, or that is all black men's insecurity saying those things. That is not why black women get degrees.
Okay, so why is it? Because black women have always had the opportunity to date other races of men. Why is it that black women, divesting is not new? Divesting is not new. It's been talked about for decades now. It may be popularized on social media, but it's something that's been out there even in the talk show circuit. Why is it that black women just don't move on? And fuck other races of men. Yes, you can do that, but I have a concept called intercultural dating. You could date, Tasha K. Day got a Nigerian. Apparently Paris Milan's got one too. Why is it you have a whole bunch of other black men that you can pick, Caribbeans, whatever, or you can pick other races of men in the United States? Why is it that black women overall are dealing with black men at 95% the rate, according to the marriage statistics?
Because, like I already said, black women for a long time really did want to be with black men. And I just think that is totally changing now. That is, black women are having a serious change of heart right now. And
really?
they're changing their minds on that right now, because these Pookie with the podcast generation that we're living in is causing that progression to happen even faster.
You really believe? I mean, you really believe that Kevin Samuels is a reflection of that? Because that was a better argument that could be made before Kevin Samuels. You really think, and take Kevin Samuels out of the equation, you really believe a poor man's podcast? You really believe a mediocre tutorial views? Fuck the men. You really believe that a woman like Chez Charde, or a woman like Chantel Simone, a woman like Melanie King, who was in an intercultural relationship with a guy from Zimbabwe, had 1 billion views, decided to come to this space, a Crimson Cure? Like, what I believe is the fear is not in the men. The fear, because I'm gonna tell you what the crux point has been, and I say this in this community: the only weapon that Black women have over there is this idea that we're gender warring with you. If whoever can get the other group on their side in any significant numbers wins. Here's the problem. The problem is guys like Derrick Jackson is going to just lie to your face. They don't know how to sell it. But if you get women like a Chez Charde, and but let's be clear here, Chez Charde is not officially in the space. She does her own thing. You know, she'll question us just like she questions you. Even when it came to Kerrison, she gave Kerrison a lot of good points where she said it. But you have an increasing number of women. I could point out nurses. I could point out a whole bunch of women because I pay attention to it. Then you got women like April Mason quitting on Black women. Women like fucking Iyanla Vanzant got ran off by Black women when she used to be against Shahrazad Ali. Women like Rebecca Lynn Pope. Women like what's the other chick? I forget her name. Anyway, my point is you're seeing a rise in females that are having an open mind. Oh, not to mention Kerrison. I've known Kerrison for 10 years now. I don't know how old you are. I'm not even going to ask. But I've known Kerrison for 10 years now. And
Crystalline Pink Pill?
Yes. I'm not personally, but SWP used to cover her beat. I literally have a video that I could queue up right now of her talking in a library in 2012 about divestment, about swirling, about so this, and we get all the way here. I know Chrissy before she had a channel. I know Paris when Paris was able to capture a lot of Chrissy's audience because she showed her face and Chrissy didn't. This is one of the reasons she was able to pass her, basically duplicated her content. So I was there when a lot of this stuff happened. You know, women like Irene Yvette. The point is, Cynthia G, when she was quote unquote pro-Black, when Tariq Nasheed and Boyce Watkins helped launch her, which is who I always hold accountable and remind people of whenever she talks about abort Black male babies, which you ain't heard that shit over here. You know, anything equivalent. My point is that you say that women are turning around versus I'm saying, well, I'm not even going to say you don't have no options, but the environment, here's the problem. Even if non-Black men wanted to deal with you, you still have to compete with those women in those groups. And not only are they not going to let their best men go, they're actually trying to raid your best men, whether it's the dudes that they know how to fuck or it's the dudes that know how to pay. And Latinas are your biggest threat on that. I mean, I'm in North Carolina. You see it. You don't see it that bad because it's in the South. But you look at places like California, it's crazy. And I mean, I don't know what you see when you see women starting to turn around. This is why I say, if you think, go. Women have been told by their mothers to get degrees because they can't trust Black men. So I don't understand where the next conversation was had. You can't trust Black men, but you're supposed to marry them. I don't see that. Pink book lessons was the other one. Yeah.
What is your problem that I had? Like, what did I like? Because a lot of people when I say people was triggered with that little interview or whatever, they had a lot of problems with what I said. I don't have statistics. I purposely didn't say any statistics because, like I said, I'm not new to this space. This space is predictable. You say one statistic, they'll call it a white supremacist statistic, and you can't trust it. So it really does not matter what you say.
Well, that's more of a woman tactic. We lean conservative over here. So I mean, the stats are the stats. Like a lot of the statistics from a Black man. It was a Lori Cutno, which a lot of y'all don't even know about her. But she is one of the ones I first heard that only 25% of black men make over $50,000 or more, and most of them make $50,000 or more. They do hit that number. They're in areas where it's high cost of living anyway, so that money doesn't move.
Mm-hmm.
And she's more of an intercultural promoter, but then again, black women hate her because she'll tell y'all about yourselves too, and is probably one of the most ruthless person about it you'll ever listen to. But she doesn't let black men off the hook. My point is, I didn't play your stuff to beat you up. I didn't know what you said. But I'm responding to it in real time because that's my first interaction. Yeah, I can be direct. Yeah, I can be a little bit more, I'm using terms and stuff because some of the shit you were saying was crazy. Like when you keep on talking
No,
about
but
black men are killing black men, first of all, let's start there. What does black men killing black men have to do with divesting?
because the topic of her show was that documentary.
Yes, Tina knows. And by the way, what problem? So you do know who Tina Knowles is, right? Obviously you do, Beyonce's mother. But when I say is, I mean you do realize Tina Knowles. You said you really believe Tina Knowles worships black men?
Tina Knowles is in a la la land, and she's not really on the ground. She does not live in the black community. She's far removed from everyday black women and everyday black men. She's far removed. So you really can't speak.
Her husband had a baby on her, and they checked the shit out of his ass. Not only her, but Beyonce. You look at how Solange operates. I believe Solange is with a white dude as well. And then she checked the shit out of Mr. Lawson on public television. She grazed, like she checked his ass hard. A lot of black men were pissed off about that. They gave her a pass because it was Beyonce's mother and it wasn't a pattern of her doing that. But black dudes did not like that because he didn't even do nothing for her to come at her like that. You're telling me, would you characterize Tina Knowles as like an assertive, like strong woman? Or no? I'm curious.
I really don't know. I'm not really I don't follow Tina Knowles like that, nor do I follow Beyonce like that. So I'm going off of this documentary and basically her, the story that she told as the reason and the basis for the documentary, which was someone profiled her son-in-law, Jay-Z, as if he didn't actually sell drugs and if he wasn't actually into that lifestyle. He was. So how is that a profile?
Okay, the Bushes. I mean, shit. The senator, I forget his name. Somebody put in the chat from South Carolina, Republican, ain't never did none of that shit. They profile him taking his ass into the goddamn Senate building. He's told a story about that. You've had guys that are you remember. I don't know how old you are, but that shit about that have a beer bullshit with Obama, the Henry Louis Gates, his ass was profiled, and he's a lame of a lame. I say that to where he ain't do none of that shit. So selling drugs don't mean shit. Also, the Bushes were alcohol rum runners once upon a time. So I mean, this idea, white people do shit all the time. They don't, when they do it, it's legal. Look, man, I'm more in the middle when it comes to I'm more on the square side. But the reality is you don't have to sell drugs to be profiled. And the truth is, even if he did that once upon a time, that does not mean he's forever defined by that, because there's plenty of white people that did the same bullshit. Like, what's his name? Fucking play Iron Man. Robert Downey Jr. was in jail all the goddamn time in the 90s.
But don't black men know that you can't play by white men's rules? Like you do know, and black women, we are aware of that as well.
The smart ones do. Which is why we don't make no excuses for these niggas that do stupid shit and want to play the Pookie, I'm pro black reform bullshit and tell dudes that are childish that didn't fuck up what to do. You said you're aware of Dennis. I was born in Compton and I'm from Chicago, so I get the black on black crime shit you're talking about. Dennis stated that he comes from where they come from and he built himself out. It ain't his fault he chose to go to law school and you chose to sell dope. And a lot of dudes are pissed off about that. I support what he has said in that message. So my point is, y'all, you can't really tell me that y'all be really holding each other accountable to y'all shit like we do over here. Like give me something that black women argue about in the divester community.
The only argument that I see that is something that we probably disagree about is the language that we use in the space. which is what Chez Charde was, and I wasn't trying to argue her down on every point on her channel because I wanted to stay on topic. But when she was saying Pink Pill had the same concerns, no, she did not. Shay's putting words in her mouth. Pink Pill's concerns is the language that we use, calling Black men certain names, which I don't even allow those names on my channel because I agree with that. But certain divestors do use real crazy language because they're trying to match the energy of the Black manosphere, which Pink Pill says is counterproductive. Pink Pill never said that you're using stats that aren't true or you're using stats that.
I'm just letting you know, man. I get what you're saying, but I played every word she said. I'm not gonna play it in front of you, but you know, I don't. Crystal and Carrots is a liar. You do realize that. Like, I got a question for you. Do you remember? Did you receive when Crystal and Carrots talked to Kevin Samuels? Did you ever see that?
I don't really remember. Probably.
Okay, it was a long time ago. So I'll be fair. I need to pull that video up when I get a chance because she said what she said, and I almost went blind rolling my eyes. And she literally said the opposite in a post later on once her folks. The biggest thing she said that a lot of women got mad about is when she said that Black women don't like to lose weight even for white men. And that's something that the Black manosphere didn't know. And so we was like, damn, what? Because we thought, you didn't have them kind of problems over there. And then she got, lambasted by her audience, and then she made the bullshit. Oh, she also said that she felt protected with Kevin Samuels in the conversation. This is after the average at best situation, by the way. This is like right after it, by the way. And so Kerrison has a history of saying what she needs to say. And if her audience pushes back on things, even if it's correct, she has a history of just saying, fuck it. That's what to give the people what they want. I also ask you this. Do you believe that Tommy Sotomayor put, how to get your hair done as a Black girl in the tags? So little black girls will run into did you hear Kerrison when she said that?
Yes.
Do you believe Tommy would do that or has done that?
Yes, he has.
Like, do y'all have any kind? Look, man, I'm just asking. I would love the screenshots or something.
I don't know how you can't those videos because and so here's the other thing that Shay
that was
said
a long time ago. Tommy comes back. Yeah,
exactly. This was a very long time ago. This has been around for a very long time. So when Shay says, "Oh, in my experience, I didn't have any bad problems with the Black manosphere," and then she's even saying Tommy Sotomayor is not a part of the Black manosphere. That's just not true.
No, he's not. Tommy is considered a face because he's before Kevin Samuels. Tommy was the largest person. Bar none.
Absolutely. And he had the support of Black men. He had the support of Phil Scott of The Advice Show. Black men co-signed him this whole time. So I don't know what this backpedaling.
That's why, but the Black men, but technically by that definition, I can say Tariq is in the Black manosphere. Like, and I support Tariq. Jason Black gets on my fucking nerves.
Tommy Sotomayor was the largest platform. He he ran unregulated.
But Thomas
undisputed for years.
Yes, Kerrison is saying that. When you say unregulated, that's an absolute lie because technically Tommy's banned from YouTube. And also Tommy has at least, just like how Cynthia G, I know has like a 10% male audience. And when I say male, I'm probably talking about Black men. Tommy has like a 15. Tommy has quite a few Black women listen to him. And I'm talking about Black women that's come on my platform and told me they listen to him.
When I say Tommy was unregulated, I mean there was no counter channels going against him. There was no Cynthia G.
Tariq was. But there was. Cynthia G exists because you do realize Cynthia G exists because of Black men, right? Do you know the origin of Cynthia G?
I do, and I know that. But what I'm saying is he was on YouTube for a long time before you had all these other counter channels, all these other people going against him. It was just him. He was the largest platform on YouTube. That was like long time.
No, that's not true. He was he was on there like 2009, and that was a different form of YouTube.
No, it was earlier than that. YouTube,
I know. Okay. Time out. You say it's earlier than that. Do you know when YouTube was bought by Google?
What? No, I don't remember that.
2005. YouTube, I'm an internet marketer too. So I'm not trying to act like I know more than you. I'm just, because you say way earlier, like Blog Talk existed back then. Because I come from the passport community and not just the SYSBM one. I'm talking the one where black women are in it too, with couples channels and you know, Black Travel Feed and Travel Noir, which is more black women
I'm
ran.
telling you that I know it was earlier because I know how old I was when I found him, and I know
YouTube
what year
did
it
not
was.
exist. YouTube.
Yes, it did exist. I found him. I
Okay,
found
let me
him
ask you, how old do you
before
think, how
2009.
I get that, but I'm telling you, YouTube started in 5. I didn't say 2005. That's when YouTube started. That's when YouTube was bought by Google. YouTube was originally supposed to be a dating site, and motherfuckers were putting cats on there. And so and Google, these are different places. The internet was a different place back then. Like Facebook started in 08 as far as the college thing. So remember, and then Tommy comes, really, he was in the Blog Talk world, and Tommy comes from radio a little bit too. So and you're talking about all the way back then where Fox, not Fox Soul, Fox Hole with Jamie Foxx, all that was that part of YouTube where you had reply videos. That was pre fucking live stream. That was pre, you know, super chats and Google Hangout. So Tommy came online around 08, 09.
No,
And
he
then
did not. No, he did not. He was earlier.
okay, give me a year range.
I will say he was because I remember I'm not trying to give up too much information about myself.
Did you search for little black, how to fix your hair, and
I
that's how
was,
you
yes,
found
it
Tommy?
was during the same time, and I will tell you, I was searching natural hair videos, and that's how I found him. I was searching videos, and a video came up called on Tommy Sotomayor's channel called "Black Women Are Getting Back to Their Nappy Roots," and I clicked the video, and it was him ranting against the natural hair movement.
Why did you click the video?
I don't know. I was confused. I have no idea. Like, I had never seen him before. That was the first video. I had no idea, you know, he was, I had no idea this space
hold
existed.
on.
That's
So
how I
you
found
telling
him.
me you saw this and you decided to click?
That's not what the video looked like.
Oh, it's not. It didn't have his
No.
face. Did it have his face? Oh, yeah. No. I'm not prepared for you. These are just clips I have. Don't take it the wrong way. I have clips in case people super chat with me. So, but that one I was actually had because of a different video. I'm still looking for the age range. No, I ain't say your age. I don't know how old you are, so I can't reference that based on how old you are.
Oh,
So
okay.
I'm saying a year. I'm saying a year, not your age. Just your year.
Okay, it was probably 2007.
So you're saying 2 years after YouTube, you do realize that era. Okay, maybe look. I'm an internet marketer, so I'm sorry. I'm not gonna assume you know this. YouTube back then was more based on views. So it had nothing to do with watch time. So if you put a title in, YouTube was earlier. It didn't have a lot of videos. So it wasn't really a black YouTube established back then. Vine like was existing. You still have Black Planet and fucking MySpace. Because this was before Facebook. You're talking about a year before Facebook.
Look,
You're talking about before the iPhone.
you asked me, do I think Tommy put natural hair tags in his videos? I'm telling you, yes, I know he did, because that is how I found him.
But you could have found him just based on the title. Like, people don't like tags. Like, if the way
it doesn't matter. He populated in the search engine when
it does
you're
matter,
looking
because
for it.
that's what she said. Like, for example, when you all find us, I don't tag black women this. Y'all find us off the strength of the titles we are. So if I'm doing a live stream,
No, the tags were how you, especially back then, the tags was how you entered the algorithm and all of that. So people were heavy with the tags back then when
yeah,
YouTube
they were
was
tag
newer.
spamming.
Yes, exactly. And so
But
he would do
but
that.
they put a whole bunch of stuff, but the title too. So the thing about it is, the implication is that Tommy Sotomayor, and see, this is another thing that you want to talk about what triggers me. This is what fucking cares and triggers me. And see, I'm not gonna go in her history. I'm not gonna go in her history of her daughter, that, by the way, women put out there, you know, about what happened. I'm not even gonna say it, because I ain't gonna do that. But what I will say is, I don't like the fact that fucking cares and keeps saying black girls. Like, black men are fucking targeting black girls. I got a whole bunch of niggas in our space. They got nothing but daughters. And one of the things that I have a joke about is that you can't trust these motherfuckers just like how you can't trust black women can't trust black men and fuck white women, because if they got nothing but daughters, they're just gonna always advocate for their daughters because they have no sons to counterbalance it. That's true for some, that's not true for all of them. But my point is, you all make it like black men are hunting for like fucking 11 and 12-year-olds just to fuck them up. When you know the rhetoric of what we talk about had nothing to do with that. You know good and well that who Tommy was talking about even back then, and when you look at how it is now, had nothing to do with no little black female. And another thing, you think black boys don't see this fucking abort black male baby shit?
Y'all,
Talks
the
about?
rhetoric has really changed, and the rhetoric has really come back to haunt black men. And like I said, I don't allow certain language on my channel. And I even made a video about the whole abort black babies thing, okay? Because I said I don't agree with that. However, I think black men are being hypocritical about that, because you always want to bring up the abortion argument, but black men are pro-abortion.
You know what's funny? Actually, most black men are actually pro-life. You know
Black
what's
men are pro-abortion.
most black men are actually pro-life. But here's the funny thing about abortion. Here's what I find very comical about when she said it, because this is how my mind works. When she said it, I said, you gotta let a nigga nut in your ass in order to abort the kid. So to be fair to the dudes that are pro-abortion, a lot of dudes paid women to get rid of the kid because they weren't interested. I wanted to fuck you. I did not want to marry you. If I wanted to have a kid with you, I would have married you.
And I basically said the same thing. I'm like, if you're not into these men, why would you be sleeping with them? I said the same thing. I'm pro celibacy, not pro having abortion.
She's pro Robert Perkins. And the fact that she's almost hitting 100,000 subscribers, I don't understand. Like, that level of hypocrisy couldn't exist in our space. Like I don't understand. Like, okay, I got a question. What is your thoughts? We'll get off the heavy shit. What is your thought? I'm curious because I don't really listen to a lot of that stuff. I know who Paris is. I know who that is. You know, I had Exoticals United come over here, but she wanted to be stupid, so I had to yank her because she wanted to play dumb, and I don't do that. I appreciate candor. Have your opinions. So, what is your opinion of? We'll get off of Harrison. What is your opinion of Cynthia G? Like, as far as what you believe in, and how she, how she's in that, because we thought once she got caught having sex with the very nigga that is the ultimate Dusty of what she talks about. This is what she says, that women would just stop fucking with her.
Cynthia G, I've already said I don't agree with everything that she says, but it's probably only like 5% that I don't agree with.
What's the 5%?
Well, like I said, the whole abortion thing, I don't agree with that. Sometimes she makes videos and she calls certain stuff out, and I'm like, I don't really agree. Like, I don't really agree with this point. Like she'll get into politics sometimes, and I don't really agree with some of her politics.
What about her fucking the very Dusties?
Yeah,
I remember the video when she was it was her, it was Angry Man. You may not have seen this video, but it was her, China Fox, Angry Man, Black Nostalgia, because she's on the Grapevine. I refuse to watch that. That's the devil as far as I'm concerned. And for the most part, because most of the motherfuckers are not even ADOS, but they talking about ADOS men. And you're not fucking these men. And you know what your men would do. But anyway, that's aside. But she was on there at the time, and she called Cynthia G out for her bullshit later on when she started hearing it. My question is, how is it that she can have 100,000 subscribers when she's fucking the very guys that she said? I'm not talking about her divesting. Robert Perkins has like 4 baby mamas, and then it was Cynthia G.
Cynthia G does not have any kids.
She doesn't have kids?
No.
She hasn't made that very clear. So she aborted that kid.
She has made that clear that she does not have any kids. She's already said that. When you watch her in her apartment giving, commentary, I've never seen any kid paraphernalia around her. She does not have any kids.
So you're sure about that? You're absolutely
Yes,
sure about that?
I'm positive about that
Because
because
that was
I've heard.
women that put that shit out there. Because
I
that was
know I've heard people say that, and I'm like, does she have kids or doesn't she? And she's made videos and said, I do not have any kids. I have no kids.
Okay, you listen to her more than I would, and I ain't got no evidence to really counter that, so I don't really care. So you heard it first, guys. Cynthia G doesn't have any kids, but okay, still, did she deny having sex with Robert Perkins?
I don't know. I've never heard her deny it or admit to it.
So wouldn't you think if somebody said that you had sex with somebody, if a rumor like that would be out there, isn't it the natural female reaction to say, what the fuck are you all talking about? I never had sex with this person. Or they just leave it out there for controversy.
Hold on, your audio is cutting up. I can't really hear you.
Wouldn't most women deny having sex with somebody they never had sex with, just as a response if a rumor like that is spreading?
Yeah, women definitely will lie about who they have sex with. Of course they do.
So I don't see the need for her to make it clear she didn't have a kid, but not make it clear she never had sex with him.
Yeah. She may decide to lie about that. I mean, of course, but I mean, her lying about her hiding a whole kid.
That's cool, but my point is, the bigger point is, this is the bigger problem. A lot of divestors are just fooling themselves. They are playing. One thing white men don't want is white men do not want women, or non-black men do not want women that are going to play both sides. They do not want women. They're going to say, okay, because they know what the BBC is. Regardless of if we know every nigga ain't got a BBC like fuck power, they have the reputation that's out there that black men don't control how that gets propagated, by the way. But they're not going to want women playing both sides on that. They're going to want women that are going to be loyal to that. So if they sniff that you might be having sex with both groups, they're going to throw your ass out.
You do know that Cynthia G is not a divest channel, though.
Cynthia G is a pretty much fuck black men channel, and I think she leans.
No, Cynthia G is a tell the truth about black men channel. The same way that these other channels think that y'all are telling the truth about black women.
Really?
She does the same thing. Yes, absolutely.
What truth? Because Cynthia G's a red. What truth did she tell about black men?
The truth that she tells, for one, is how black men they get the same results wherever they go. Okay, they do give other races of women the same experience, the same black man experience. The other races of women, I do not believe, are getting better quality black men. There is this idea.
So statistically, this is how this works. Around 32% of black men are married. 29% of black women are married. All right. And there's less black men than black women any given time. And that's true for all groups of men versus women, by the way. But then you have the 50%, whether it's 51, 54, whatever, that are childless. So let's say it's 50 plus 32. That is 82 people. Then let's say at any given point, even though this number is not as high anymore, because black men are getting out of jail because they're realizing that bullshit. But anyway, 10% of black men are in jail or prison. So that's 92. So what you're talking about at best, and we know there's bleed over with this. Some dudes that are married, most black men are married, have kids, but some of them that don't. And there's certain dudes that obviously are not married or anything that don't have kids. My point is, you have about a 15 to 18% of black men that fit the profile of what you're talking about as far as these quote unquote serial shoot 'em up the club. 15%. Because at the end of the day, that 50% of black men don't have kids by nobody, not just black women.
But you're talking about like violent criminals and all that. And I noticed that a lot of y'all do this.
No, I said all men. I didn't say violent criminals. When I say 18%, I'm talking about the count of men that you have to pull from that's doing the stuff that you're describing. See, the argument is that pretty much it's like at least 50, if not more percent of black men are playing shoot 'em up when it comes to shooting up the club. And y'all make it like every nigga is like Tristan Thompson, who, by the way, is Canadian. So we can't hold that L for that motherfucker. I didn't like that nigga ever since he left that black female on the altar like that. So, but even though I'm not saying everybody's not ADOS to do that, but my point is y'all try to, because he did what he did with Chloe. That's the example. I saw that video where they said white women are the new face. I think that was a fucking video Karen tried to put out a month ago. And by the way, them white women are dumb bitches anyway if they play that game. They wouldn't listen to Kardashians. They just as stupid as y'all are for dealing with the same dudes. So I don't really begrudge that. But y'all make it like it's what percentage of black men do you think fit the profile of what you're talking about?
The profile of what I'm talking about is not. I don't have a profile. What there's
shoot them up niggas. The niggas that are shooting up
no.
the club.
Those are not all. Just because a man is not out shooting something up does not make him a good man.
No, I mean a serial. Well, we'll start there. We can move into other things that make somebody fucked up. But you were mainly talking about either black on black crime or serial impregnators, and that was the other thing. The other chick was talking about too, the serial impregnators. So, what percentage of black men do you believe are serial impregnators?
I do not believe that most black men value marriage at all.
I'm talking about. I wouldn't say at all, but yeah, I wouldn't even agree with that. But there's wiggle room there we can work with. But I'm talking. Let's start first. Serial impregnators, because let's say I don't value marriage. If I'm not getting a chick pregnant, then I have a right to not value marriage. Just like a woman has a right to not want kids. We don't call her crones, which is an old term to use for women that didn't have. Well, you get what I'm saying. Or I don't use the term spinster like that.
Right. If you're not getting a woman pregnant, then you can do what you want to do. But
that's why we're focused on the serial impregnators, the Tristan Thompson niggas. What percentage of black men do you believe are that?
I believe that I don't know how you can count a percentage. What I am counting is the fact that many black men do not seem to value marriage. So it doesn't matter it doesn't matter, because
really?
if he impregnates a woman, that's a baby daddy waiting to happen.
Well, I've just told you that I said that my opinion is about you have a 15% pool.
How are you calculating a 15% pool based on men?
Hold on, time out. No, I just told you.
No, because you're talking about shoot them up. We're not talking about men that do that.
No, shoot them up. When I say shoot them up, I'm talking about shoot up the club. This means you're nutting in women, which is impregnating them. This is a term we use in here to basically tag dudes that do that. I actually had a dude that was in the chat that is on my channel that he has 2 kids. He has kids by 2 different women, both of them not ADOS, both of them African. Now, there's a story there. And he doesn't even pay child support. There's a story there. And he was gonna come up. I didn't pull him up. If you want to talk to him, you can. Since you've been a good sport. If he wants to come in. But what I will say is, so we have guys that reflect that, and we do pick on them. But even though technically he wanted to marry both of his both of his girlfriends that he got pregnant, one of them decided that she was Nigerian, she wanted to be a stripper. But anyway, my point is, the 15% comes from here. I'm gonna say it again. 32% of black men are married. This is per black demographics, which pulls from the census. We know 85% of those guys that are married to black women. Those numbers may move a little bit. And yeah, you could talk about how most of those are old people, but it's still what it is. That's 32%. Then we know at least 50% of black men don't have no kids. People are not debating that anymore, so the stats are there. That's 82 right there. We know some dudes are in and out of jail. So I said, just to give bleed over, you're talking about 15% of dudes that are really not getting married, aka getting women pregnant without any intention of really getting married. Because you got 50% that they don't have kids. That's where I'm getting that number from.
The 54% of that don't have kids, do you have an age range?
They're going to skew younger, but they're not going to be boomers. They're not going to be really, they'll start at Xers. So, the oldest millennials are like 41 years old. And then the oldest Z's are like 25 right now. So those are they're going to start with Xers where the saturation comes up. And there we have videos of charts that go over this. And then you'll see with the millennials, because obviously the history of the silent generation where people had 6 kids, all that Papa was a Rolling Stone, motherfuckers have 11 siblings, don't know each other. Even Kevin Samuels talked about this with his own family. Then you got the boomers. Then you got the Xers where he's an Xer. And so people are having less kids across the board. That includes women, because a lot of that has to do with like geopolitical changes and stuff like that. So my point is, that shit goes from Xers on down in the gen. So Xers to millennials to obviously obviously Z's are not gonna have that many kids because they're not really in the dating market like that yet. They're just now kind of really occupying it. So it skews younger. So it skews where it counts. Most of the a lot of dudes that got kids are gonna be older. And that's where you heard those stories. Papa was a Rolling Stone, all that stuff. That stuff ain't happening like that no more because the truth is a lot of black men don't have the same kind of sexual access across the board that men used to have. Because the women are, and that's reflective. Think about it. NBA Youngboy, who is younger, NBA Youngboy has like 7 baby mamas. He's like fucking 23. Yeah, and Yaya Mayweather, who by the want to poke motherfuckers. The baby, you know, and obviously these are rappers, so entertainers you can't really count because even Eddie Murphy, it happens. You know, it happens. They're athletes. They got money. So I'll let the women off the hook to a certain extent because that's a lick. But my point is, and hold on, Archer, be patient. But my point is, like we've covered all of this. My point is, the women are targeting certain dudes, and then they're turning around. The biggest issue we got is don't come to me with a kid. Fuck the body count. Don't come to me with a kid and think I'm supposed to play stepdaddy.
How do you think women are targeting men? Because that is a talking point that does not make sense to me.
I'm not talking about for money. I'm talking about for
I know that, but because she said the same thing. A large amount of black women are targeting a small, tiny percentage of black men. How would we be doing that? Where would we find the small percentage at?
You're telling me you don't believe that the majority of women across the board, let's take race out of it, don't really covet like the 20% or 25% of the men if they can get them?
Why y'all? Because this argument does not make sense. How would I find this small percentage of undesirable black men? Where would I find them at?
They're not undesirable. When you say you say undesirable, like that's what women say after the fact.
If they have all these kids already,
14% of black men are 6 foot, 6'2", and 6 foot and up. So that marker alone puts you almost at a top 10% when we know what black women want in height. I'm not judging you. Want what you want. Fuck that. I can be a lame. That's not what this is about. But what I'm saying is I'm giving you an example is that's a small number. Then if you look at, you know, maybe you don't know personally, but you know that the majority, it ain't like the majority of dudes know how to lay pipe at a very, very high level. So if you're a woman and you see a dude that knows how to do that, then women tend to talk and women tend to share that guy. We see it in the workplace. Hell, it's happened to me, you know. And we ain't gonna talk about the skin tone shit. But my point is, women don't know. Women don't have a radar. They call it big dick energy. That's another thing. So don't act like women don't have their terms for when they find dudes that know how to create a certain presence that activates. You're really telling me that black women don't prioritize. I'm not trying to judge it. You're telling me that black women, you don't think black women prioritize sexual prowess over everything as far as what they want in a man?
But you wouldn't know that until you had sex with him.
You are absolutely correct. And this is one of the reasons why dudes that are really capable of sexually formatting the women are capable to tear through women like a fucking wildfire because women talk. I've often said that polygamy is actually backdoor matriarchy because a dude may have his fantasy on having multiple women, but really what multiple women are doing is sharing the same dick that they like. This is that young Pharaoh bullshit, you know? And they just put that hotep bullshit in it just to make it sound good. So women talk, and you see this in the workplace. You see this in other situations. We're very much aware of how these things happen because I call it dick currency. It's a very, very, very valuable commodity, and you can't just see it. Big dick energy is something y'all can kind of test for a little bit, but it's got to be proven. So
I honestly cannot say that would contribute to the overwhelming majority of black women being able to identify a small minority of black men. I don't understand.
What would you look for in a dude that you know knows how to have sex with a lot of women? What would you look for?
I don't look for that. I've never looked for that.
Would you think a dude that has 4 baby mamas and like 8 different kids, would you think he's sexually virile? Would you make that assumption?
I see
You would
that
think
as, I see that as
you would think
community teen. I would
yeah,
I avoid that kind of man like the
yeah,
plague.
absolutely. You may think a lot of negative things, but even when you say community penis means that it's valued. Like
It,
to
do-
the
it
women,
it doesn't mean that. That's not valued.
women don't look at dudes that fuck a lot of women the same way as men look at hoes. Men that can fuck a lot of women are pre-qualified, meaning that other women have already said this is an alpha male from a sexual standpoint. And you have women that because they want to play the hot girl summer game. You know what I'm talking about. I mean, this is how the NBA, a lot of these dudes be having a lot of kids before they even get on like that. So my point is that women share. You really trying to tell me women don't share good dick?
That is definitely.
They may not be women you fuck with, but you acting like you don't understand the concept.
I don't really understand that. I can't imagine why any woman would want to share a man because I don't understand that. I don't.
Of course you can't. You don't have kids. But explain to me why a female would knowingly see. Let's say we can let baby mama number 1 off the hook. That nigga won't shit. We'll give her that ticket. We'll give baby mama number 2 that ticket too, because baby that nigga ain't shit can hide it. Once you get the baby mama number 3, 4, 5, nah. No, and there's a lot of situations where there's a lot of niggas out here that's got like 3 kids by multiple different teams. We're not even gonna get into the fact that you got a lot of younger dudes that got a lot of kids by women that are like 10 years older than them. I'm not even bringing that into the conversation, although that's definitely a thing. So you sit here and you look at it that it's these dudes. These dudes are not, I'm gonna just say the word. These dudes are not raping these women. These dudes are not going in here and just taking the pussy. Like,
No, they're not. But I'm still not understanding how a large percentage of Black women are are able to identify this small minority of Black men that they shouldn't be sleeping with. When
they don't see it that way. Like if you're looking at it from a man that's suitable to be a husband and a father, correct?
yeah, you could say that.
Okay. So if you're so are you telling do you believe that the majority of Black women look for that, like fuck first or second? Do you believe that Black women look for that in their top 10 things of what women look for in a man?
I believe that a lot of women are simply sleeping with the men that are in their community, that are around them, that the men that they have most easily have access to. That's what is first and foremost.
So are they going to sleep with the alphas of their perceived community, or are they going to sleep with the because no matter what
Let,
community is,
let,
there's going to be alphas.
let me explain it. Let me explain it like this, okay? I'm from North Philadelphia, born and raised, okay?
Okay.
The
SWP is too, so is Obsidian. Go ahead.
okay, so
No, it's not a bad thing. Just creating connection. Go ahead.
the men I'm just saying that the men around me, I don't know who I would call an alpha or a beta or whatever. All those men to me did not look like somebody that I could take with me anywhere in my life, that I would invite in my life and that I would want to be with. But a lot of women just didn't have a problem with that because they was okay with where they lived. They was okay with where they laid their head, where they laid their head every night, and they didn't really have high standards because they was a product of their own environment and they just accepted it. And so the men that was around them and the men that they most easily had access to is the men that they slept with. All right. And that's just how it is. So I don't think that they was going out of their way to find the man that was sharing around or whatever. Like I don't this concept you're talking about, I think it's just more about the men that was in closest proximity to these women is what's happening.
Yeah, but that's still look. Here's the thing, though. They can like, yo, we can play that like in the 80s. You know, birth control got started in the 70s. We can play that early on, but man, post 2000, like at some point, these women could fuck these dudes without having a kid. Which you said can account for body count. That doesn't account for having babies. That doesn't account for that. And then you're in a liberal city. Like, come on, man. You know the reputation of Philadelphia, and you know the reputation of black people in Philadelphia and black women in particular in Philadelphia. You know, y'all got hella style, but y'all can be hella wild at the same time. A lot of these red pill motherfuckers come out of Philadelphia.
I know, and that,
okay, so they talking about y'all.
I realize that.
And just like how a lot of the colorist channels come from California, which is one of the most hostile dating markets for black women because it's so liberal and open in dating everybody. So my point is that accounts for who they're fucking. That don't account for why they're having babies like that.
It does account, because when you have sex, you get pregnant. So they're not really being strategic in who they get pregnant by.
Well, that's on them. That's their womb. Because look, because here's the thing with the dudes.
But who else? But no, because who do you expect them to sleep with? Who else are they supposed to be sleeping with besides the men in their community? Who else is around for them to sleep with?
No, like, okay, that's the conversation we're gonna have. Every nigga in Philly it ain't like every dude in most areas. You got more black women in Atlanta. You got more black women. Shit, women are fucking each other nowadays. You know, at higher rates. And now you even said it yourself today. Women are looking for something different. Well, I mean, good luck with divesting in Philly, which is one of the most blackest cities in the United States. You know, what is it? Hell, Phoenix just passed it. I was actually going.
Why do you think I moved to New York? I said I was born and raised. I'm not still there.
Well, New York is just a more upgraded version of Philly. I mean, you really like, I don't know. I mean, you know, Atlanta's a gynocracy capital of the world. Memphis, if you want a whole bunch of
New York is still the finance capital of the world. There's a lot of world headquarters here. There's a lot of great companies. There's a lot of great industries here, and I have access to much higher quality men in New York than I do in Philly. Well,
you know, I'm not gonna argue with that. I'm not gonna argue with that. But the point is, you moved. What did your parents move, or did you make that decision yourself?
I made that decision.
You know, you know who Black Nostalgia is? You know what I'm talking about? Are you familiar with that person?
No.
On the Grapevine. She was from Oakland, so she might have had a similar problem. You know what she did? She moved her ass to New York. She did that about 4 years ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and she was a lot younger. So she did the same thing across the country. My point is, if y'all could do it, other women are moving all the time.
Yeah.
So my thing is, it's not new. Black men not being shit is not new information. Your mothers were told black men ain't shit. So what I'm trying to understand is, why are black women still fucking black men when we got
because it comes back down to the fact that these women, y'all act like every person. I realize that I am a rare, and I've always been treated like somebody that was different in Philly. People always thought I wasn't really from there, or I'm different in some way. You have to also understand that these women are born and raised in this community, in this environment, and it's a mental thing as well. All right. They're not, I no longer really expect for every black woman to be able to do what I did. I realize that that's just not how everybody works. They rather stay with what's closest and what's most familiar to them. And they deal with the card that with the hand that they've been dealt. But they don't. They just do. They do that. It's familiar. It's comfortable. They know it's not the greatest thing ever, but they accept it, and that's their standard. That's their bar, and they're okay with it.
All right, so I'm gonna let Archer come up, because I want you to talk to one of the serial, impregnators. I'll at least give you that opportunity since you've been a good sport. What I will say though is one more question I have for you. You say that as if black women are victims.
No, they're not. They're not victims.
This is how it's perceived. So do you believe the black community is a patriarchy, matriarchy, gynocracy, or other? Something I didn't mention.
The black community is a matriarchy, not by choice. The black community is full of women taking mostly the lead, but it's not. It's a forced thing. They don't.
How are they forced? How are they forced? I'm curious of what's your version of this origin story.
Because the women are the ones that will choose to go to school, They'll choose to get jobs. They'll choose, they're the ones holding down the household. They're the ones that are still sticking around raising all these kids. They're the ones that keep the lights on and the food on the table. They're the ones
That's
that
the
are doing it.
story. That's the story. Okay, so
That's the story.
are you familiar with what the tender years doctrine is?
No.
The tender years doctrine defines who gets the kids. Prior to there's levels to it, but 1973 was one of the final ones. Right around civil rights, right around a lot of this fucking feminism bullshit really started to kick off. It states that the women are the ones that gets the kids. This is one of the reasons why fucking family court is so anti-men, and it wants saying the mothers are the ones that are righteous to the child.
Can I just say, right, because y'all always talk about court and family court, and a lot of these women don't even bring these dudes to court. A lot of these women don't even have them on child support. They simply just take care of the kids. From where I'm from, that's
most of the time because them niggas ain't got nothing to get anyway.
Exactly.
Okay,
so they just deal with it.
But that's on them for fucking, because here's the thing.
You're saying that's on them, but those are the men in the black community. Those are the men who are there.
And I tell black women to fucking date the fuck out. Straight up, I'm not playing with you. When you think I'm joking,
you're saying that to them now, but you have to also put yourself.
I say that to the younger chicks too.
I know that, but I'm saying you're saying that now, but you have to put yourself in the position of a woman maybe 20 years ago that was living in these neighborhoods. She's not thinking about outside the box. She's thinking where she's at.
Why didn't
every
her
day.
mother? So my question is, because here's where the fallback comes on that. You can't say that your mom taught me to go get go get a good job, go to a good school so you can get a degree so you don't need no man. But then they not telling you don't have kids with these ain't shit motherfuckers. They both of those conversations were being had. This is not a new conversation. Like Pink Book Lessons literally has videos of women. I was born in 86. I'm 35. And women literally at that time period talking about they don't need no nigga. Like, so this is not new conversation. So
the women, I saw that video as well. And the women that were saying that they don't need a man, that they were saying they don't need a father for their child, and fathers aren't useless. What year was those? Because that video,
those are like this. Yeah, it looks old. It was like the 70s.
Exactly. And what those women were saying was that they don't need the kind of men that was there. Exactly. They don't need those men. Those men was probably beaters, cheaters, drug users. They were better off without them because they were.
But they kept fucking them and having more. Some of these kids with the same nigga.
The women, y'all, if those are the men of the black community, who do you expect them to choose better from? Choose better where?
No.
Choose better where?
Y'all the ones talking about divesting. Y'all the ones talking about y'all got all these options.
Today. We're not that. We wasn't talking about this in the 70s.
No, not true. I could go, maybe not the 70s, but I can at least go back to the early 90s where this stuff was being talked about.
Those black women that was in that documentary was not sitting up there talking about
but in the 90s, but in the 90s they started that.
Okay, but those women in that documentary, stop changing the subject.
Well, I'm not changing the subject. First things first. You all in the same position that those women are in. Like, the reality, white men have not, non-black men have not gotten more amenable to dealing with black women. This is why that 95% number that black women always tout hasn't really moved. This is also why the few black women that do date the fuck out, they never divorce these white motherfuckers until these dudes can't take it no more and they file. Because men usually don't file because women will deal with it. They hold them on for dear life. So, but that's not me telling you people that to discourage them from doing that. That's on y'all to find that out on your own. But my thing is that proximity shit is bullshit, because the reality is the idea of divesting is we're divesting from Blackistan. I don't know if that came from Cynthia G or whatever, but the reality is the black community is not a matriarchy. It's actually a gynocracy. It's a gynocracy controlled by white supremacy. Black women are the managers. Black women are the principal teachers, and the money hand scissors and all that stuff is where black women made the choice to run the welfare and basically go liberal rather than being conservative. So what happens is when this stuff comes back to bite black, because here's the thing, nobody is taking more from the black woman than the white woman. Nobody kisses the ass of the white woman more than the black woman. And till this very day, white women stole affirmative action that was going to go to black men because of black women. And here's what's ironic. Black men die first. So they actually stole the wealth you all would have got because we still fuck with y'all 85% of the percentage. Black women don't want to own that L, so they don't really challenge white women like that. So a lot of the shit that you see that led up to that had to do with that very culture. And people, women don't tell the truth to each other about this. So what happens is we played a runaway game, which something like you cool, you can do that. But at the end of the day, this proximity shit is bullshit because there was a lot of blue collar niggas in these areas too. And a lot of these chicks, because let me tell you something, straight up, I don't know about Philly. I won't speak on Philly, but when you look at Chicago, you look at LA, what really happened when the drug era was really happening, because this is what black women will say. These niggas were selling drugs in the drug era, and then they all went to jail, and we had to raise these kids. You had to raise the kids of the D-boys y'all was fucking because people wanted fast money. Here's what black women don't say. The black men activated the stepdaddy insurance rescue fund and hit that to the max. So my generation grew up with a lot of stepfathers because niggas that didn't have kids were basically raising the bastards of these hoes fucking these D-boys while they were in jail. See, black women erased that history. And so now what it is, even to this day, when you hear black women talk, what the fuck do they say? I need a nigga with vision. I don't want a 9-to-5 nigga. I need a nigga with fast money. I don't need this. This is where the fucking educated lame, that comes from Philly, which comes from SWP, who was a product of a matriarchal mother and a submissive father. That's on his dad, whatever. My point is, that's how he saw things in his city. He's from North Philly. So the reality is, and to be fair, I know some cool Philly chicks. Y'all actually if y'all you say you ain't like them, so whatever. If y'all actually calm down on that electric, shit, masculine shit, y'all actually be able to do really good because y'all actually got a good look and a good style. Just saying. But niggas ain't trying to be arguing with no chick all times like a chick gonna punch me in the face like Tommy Sotomayor. Not saying y'all are that bad. I'm not saying that. But my point is,
we need the black men to stop going to jail and stop getting arrested and stop being a bunch of shiftless losers.
What percentage of black men do you even think are in jail?
Okay,
it's like 7%.
It's not 7%.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
No, at its peak, it was 10.
No,
at its
it was
max, not. What percentage do you think? I'm talking about jail and prison. Go ahead. What percentage do you think it is? All right, I got you, Archer.
Please.
Hold on. Be quiet, Archer. I want this question. What percentage do you think it was at its worst?
At its worst, black men was being arrested and being convicted at about 40%.
So you're saying 40% of black men,
yes,
4 out of 10 black men at one point were in jail or prison.
Yes.
Do you understand how crazy that number is?
It's a devastating number. That's the problem.
What statistic? Like no, fuck that. I'm not gonna ask you to produce that. I'm just curious. Where did you hear that from?
I looked it up.
Okay, Google. I'm not asking you to produce the link. I just want to know, did you hear it on social media, the news one day?
No, I looked it up on a government website.
And you're sure you interpreted that 40% right? Because 40% arrest rate don't mean that 40% of niggas in jail.
It said conviction rate.
Yeah, well, 40% conviction rate is 40% of niggas that actually get charged. That's what that means. That doesn't mean 40% of dudes. Like, there's 12 million adult black men in the United States of America.
It said 40% incarceration rate. Then there was incarceration. Black men have a devastatingly high number of incarceration. And I don't understand.
There's more black men in prison in the United States than there's women in prison on the entire planet.
Exactly, and especially in the U.S.
But it's not 40% of black. I got a question. You think there's more black men in prison or black men in college today?
Not that many black men go to college.
No, I'm asking you, do you think, so there is actually more black men in college today than black men in prison? Like the numbers have been like that's part of why Shay was telling you the numbers have been going down because a lot of these motherfuckers. Last question. This is the last question. I'm gonna tell you, you've been a really good sport. I appreciate that. We've learned a lot. I'm not gonna break it down. Ain't no point me doing a play-by-play on what you said, because I'm hearing it directly from your mouth. So I appreciate that. Last question, and I'll let you talk to Archer. Archer, be nice. And do you believe that I'm forgetting it. I'm blanking on it. God damn, I'm blanking on it. But when it comes to the prison rate, I'll remember it. But Archer, I'm gonna let you tell your story.
Yeah.
But this is yeah, I'm gonna let you tell your story, and then if you give us another 15 minutes, I'll try not to interrupt it. Let me get these super chats real quick, and then I'll let you rock, and y'all can have an interaction. So shout out to Dave with the $5. She mad because Pookies kill Pookies, and mad because us non-Pookies won't stop Pookie. But nah, that's not really what she was saying. But most black men do agree that Pookies kill Pookies, but it ain't like bird
Pookies
niggas.
don't just kill Pookies. Pookies also kill other black men that aren't doing anything wrong. Pookies also kill innocent black men.
Well, we've had this conversation internally, so some people won't disagree with that. Rob Mack with the $10, bro. We love your message. We got you. Answer the lady's question. Okay. Will I R with the $5. Here we go with Miss Independent Talking Points, Strag Logic in a nutshell. D Rock Den for the $5. These old black men are intimidated by black women's degrees. There it is. Shout out to the Roger Report with the $10. Who was supposed to go against Tommy in his early days while he was actually playing videos of what women were doing? She is making silly arguments that mean nothing. Yes, I saw some of his early stuff. Yeah, she talked about the World Star days. As if Karazin didn't say her own bullshit. Karazin is like, she knows how to play victim. Karazin does. Boy, she got some good victim game. Maury Mo returns with the $10. Bro, thanks so much for the great commentary you had during Bernard's stream earlier. You kept it real with you. I actually linked that in the description because you might be interested in that in that conversation because that was like a younger female that she was saying a lot of stuff you were saying, and Bernard was kind of talking about it differently. She left a comment. Bernard pulled her up. She agreed. You kept it real, and you actually gave hope solutions to the woman. You're one of my favorites. Basically, what I told her was because she's 25 years old. I told her basically that, a lot of motherfuckers are fucked, but she has time. And I also told her certain people to listen to, Shay being one of them, because Shay is married. I told her to listen to a woman that is kind of on the independent shit, but got a man now, and her daughter's married, and a couple other females I recommended, and said she needs to be clear on the type of guy that she wants so she knows where to go to get them, whether they're white, black, or otherwise. And then she did have a father that did, by the way, fight for her to get her. That's her situation. So anyway, and even then, she was still saying a lot of the same stuff you saying. So TD, tell him, Ed, you got a lot of patience, sir. I mean, like I told you, if women are candid, even if I don't agree with they saying, I can respect the candor. It's when motherfuckers are giving me straight bullshit. I mean, just straight up bullshit. And then acting like I'm stupid that I have a problem. Chief BD, so brainwashed is painful. It is what it is. I mean, she's in Philly, so we know how Philly is. I mean, the niggas they dealing with in Philly. I mean, y'all know the content creators, so you go with that where you will. Urban Moz, which Obsidian, by the way, is in Philly. Urban Moz with the $5, just cause. Thanks for the convo. Appreciate it. Okay, so all of y'all in the chat, this is not going to like game changer. I may bring you up, but let Archer talk. And if she want to stay a little longer, she can. She's been on here for a minute. And I mean, motherfuckers got shit to do. It is Tuesday. But let's go. So Archer, go ahead and don't wild out, Archer.
I won't, bro. I'm gonna be good. First of all, since the last thing y'all talked about was the incarceration rate, what she read was 40% of the people incarcerated were black. Not 40% of black men.
That's fine. I don't really want it because like that. She can go relook at that. What I want to know from you in particular, Archer, is Archer. You know what your history is with women. I'm not gonna just put it out there, but you're kind of the closest thing I can get to the niggas that are the problem, in her opinion. You ain't paying child support, nigga.
Well, I'm not paying child support because there's agreements that get made outside of child support.
You're one of them niggas. So go ahead. I just want
her. But
the
whole point is like we approach this wrong if we give them the argument that they are picking the wrong men. The truth is, most of these women are not picking the wrong men. Even the Pookie and Ray Rays. Believe it or not, Pookie and Ray Rays worship black women more than anybody else. They idealize the idea of having a family. What's happening in Black America right now is not that these men are getting women pregnant and then leaving. Women are the ones breaking up with the families. We listen to Kevin Samuels every day interview women, and they tell you, he asks, what happened to you and your baby's father? And they tell you why she left the relationship, not him. And a lot of times it's for frivolous reasons, like we just didn't have a connection. We need to stop with this narrative that men just get women pregnant and leaving. And on top of that, men are not getting women pregnant and then not taking care of the kids. What's happening is a lot of men are having to either fight to see their children. We're seeing videos of that on World Star, videos of that on YouTube. And a lot of the cases, a lot of women are believe they don't even need a man to have a family. So it's not, so come up here and say, oh, these men don't want to have families. Black women don't value families at all. They never really did.
Black women absolutely do value family. That's why we're divesting to the men that are family oriented.
Well, the thing is, most of you are not divesting. So when you say black women, you talk about divesting, you're talking about women like yourself, which are the minority, not the majority. So you might value family, but we're talking about the greater whole, not you as an individual. You are not every woman. You are yourself. When we talk about most black women who are having kids, most black women who are dragging men through child support, most black women who make men have to fight to keep court-ordered agreements in place in order for them to have kids, which we have a lot of those in the black manosphere, a lot of men in the black manosphere who would tell you their stories about having to fight tooth and nail to see their kids. So
a lot of these black men are not having to fight to see their kids. They simply weren't ready to have them, and that's okay.
Bro, you don't have kids. You don't know that. You don't know that. Like, you sit up here and talk from these
I do know that. I watched a whole lot of baby daddy.
I don't feel like moderating, but go ahead. So she said what she said. All right, Archer,
let me respond to this. Okay, she doesn't know because when you have 80% of divorces initiated by women, time
out, Archer. She's talking about niggas. She's not counting niggas that are married. To be fair, she kind of separated that out.
Well, men who have been married go through the same problems after the marriage, after the divorce.
True, but we talking
about
not
saying men who are married. We're not saying just because you were married, now all of a sudden you don't have to fight the women to see your kid. We have a lot of cases of men who were married who afterwards wanted to be involved in the kid's life and have to go through a lot of BS to do so. So this narrative that they're just picking the wrong men is not the case. If a different men got them pregnant, this woman would still be a single mother. It doesn't matter who gets her pregnant. She's a single mother before she gets pregnant.
So black women are choosing single motherhood.
Yes. You don't believe. Hold on, time out. You don't believe that? You actually believe when women get pregnant, they intend on getting married to these dudes that they're getting pregnant by. Hold on, I'm asking her that.
Why in the world would black women just want to be single mothers?
Well, okay, listen to this.
Well, that's the culture. Go ahead.
Well, let me.
I'll let you rock with it.
Can I?
No, let me jump in.
Hold on.
Like Edward said, I have children with both ADS, Black American women and foreign women, African women. There is a difference in culture when interacting with them. Black women, they don't mind getting pregnant before marriage. African women, not so much. See, you can control whether or not you get pregnant. A man cannot have sex with you without a condom if you say no. If he does, that is rape. You understand? So you can say wrap it up or there's nothing happening. Most black women don't say that. Most black women don't mind getting pregnant. They don't mind none of that. African women I've encountered, which I'm from a state with a lot of African women, the condoms are mandatory. Mandatory, unless she is trying to have a baby or she is trying to take you seriously. You understand? So yes, you do control whether or not you want to have a child before you get married. And most of these women, because they have children before they get married, that shows you they don't value it. And today, when you can completely control if you don't have a child, you don't have a child right now because why? You are waiting till you get married. You are not forced by some man to have a child bestowed upon you. You have that right just like every other woman. But the difference in you and them is you exercise your right to wait. They didn't.
Okay.
But it is your opinion that the majority of women that get pregnant by a man intend on, we'll say, a long-lasting relationship with the dude they got pregnant by.
No, I don't think any woman has, looks into her future and sees baby mama, hood. I don't
So
think
can
any woman prefers that.
so can I interject?
Hold
I
on,
actually
Archer. Well, a lot of these. Hold on. I'll get you in a second, game changer. A lot of these chicks do get dick crazy. Like y'all know how women react when it comes to certain stuff, especially if y'all not taught this, which the women are not doing a good job really passing on what sex does to a female, because that's one of the things that's not really talked about. Like, for instance, do you know what the imprint is?
Absolutely, and that's why I promote celibacy on my channel, not abortions.
Absolutely. Is the imprint something that women, in your opinion, widely know about? Black women in particular? Because I
Um,
learned it from a black woman, by the way.
yes, but that conversation was just something that I don't think a lot of Black women knew about or talked about, especially older generations of Black women. It's very taboo to talk about sex or anything that has to do with sex. And that's something that the younger generation of Black women are changing and being a lot more open about,
But
because you
but
just don't talk about that.
isn't that so? That's their fault for not passing that info, because you don't have to
Right. Of course,
openly.
we talk all the time about how the older generation has failed younger Black women by not passing on certain information that would be helpful that
I,
we
I would
don't
love
know.
those videos. That's one thing we don't never hear from y'all, is that shit. Because we
Well,
don't never hear that. We hear
you're in
everything's a
you're
nigga's
in
fault.
your space. You're in your space, and I definitely, we talk about that kind of thing all the time. We've this younger generation is not versus the old generation, because they were left out too. They also didn't have all the information. So it's not really a blame game, but we certainly recognize that there's information that we didn't know that we need to know. And I definitely learned very early that there is no value to casual sex. That's why I don't do it, and that's why I
So if they know so much, because I see sexual freedom as hot girl summer. That's what I see. I mean,
but
that's what's
every
promoted.
every Black woman does not practice that.
Really? You
Yes,
know, I didn't say
really.
every does, but you're really telling me that's not what dominates the culture amongst black females.
If you're watching social media, that does.
Oh, fuck social media, the mainstream media. Like, give me your top 5 artists: Summer Walker, City Girls, Megan Thee Stallion, Cardi B. Hell, Chloe Bailey is. I'm pissed, and she shouldn't be representing that, and she's being dragged into that shit. Don't get me started on that Jamaican chick and that Megan Thee Stallion video. Even black women were like, "What the fuck?" Like,
But those are entertainers, and I don't think that we can keep using
it's
them as an example
And so
for the rest of.
entertainers, no, they're entertainers, but you're acting like entertainers don't have dominant influence over black women.
They do have influence, but I mean, I don't think that still speaks for what every woman practices in her own personal life
So give me an
either.
example of somebody that has influence over black women that doesn't really speak, that is not a supporter of casual sex.
Of someone that doesn't
Like
support.
anybody, politician, pro-black, whatever the fuck.
I mean, I don't
Website.
know. Get, I mean, I don't know of any people that openly speak against casual sex.
Shit, the fucking black church don't really speak against casual sex, to keep it all the way 100.
Is that what you're looking for women to be out loudly saying don't have casual sex?
What I'm saying is, I see X amount of single motherhood, and because they damn sure out loud will talk about niggas are the ones, niggas ain't taking care of shit or doing shit. Even this is one of the reasons the black manosphere exists, to basically combat the propaganda that black women have laid upon generations of black men. Like me hearing it as early as the 90s in the fucking talk show circuit, when we used to turn on WGN, which is a local Chicago channel, with Montel Williams, Ricky Lake, Oprah, and that shit spun out into what you see today, and it's
Oh
permeated with
Lord,
social. I mean, that is.
I knew the talk shows would come up again. I don't really know what talk shows said to
I,
black men that made.
like, okay, so black men are on the down low. Black men don't raise their kids. Black women are the backbones of the black community. All this stuff y'all pull from comes from somewhere. What do you think your mothers didn't have social media? They had the talk shows. That's where they got it from. And I know Game Changer has that video that I don't need to play, because you know, she said she saw it. So all these things have an origin, and even before the social media we see today, you had MySpace, you had Black Planet, you had Vine. I mean, you know, depending on what age people are at. So I mean, the thing is, these things all come from somewhere. Like what y'all anticipate is that we don't connect the lines. I'm just telling you, y'all have this narrative of what goes on, and we're telling you it's the other side, because what you starting to hear, the same thing that other chick heard on that other stream. There's a culture that Black women force upon young Black women. Black women, or older Black women, fuck up Black girls a hell of a lot more than Black men. Don't get me started on your fucking hair. Don't get me started on how they perm your hair at fucking 3 years old or fuck it up. You know, and then y'all hate your hair because you got cut up and shit, or pulled the shit out, and they weren't cool with it. And then when when you grow up, when you grow up, y'all hair don't grow because you think you Black, when in reality your mama fucked the shit up. But we can't have that conversation. It's that niggas just don't like weed. But anyway, Archer, not Archer, Game Changer, what you got to say? And like I said, you've been a great sport. I'm sorry, I can't bring the rest of y'all up because this ain't no we gonna take a whack-a-mole day. Archer's a content creator, so out of respect, and Archer I know won't wild out. So this, and then you're good, and I appreciate it. You want to stay, you definitely can. But yeah.
So I would like for you to play the video, because there was a
she
couple
has
of things.
seen the video, but go ahead, Archer.
Well, it was Game Changer, but it was,
my bad.
Yeah, no worries. It's misquoted because she was asking things like, you know, when do Black women ever say or choose single motherhood? But it's in the very video that.
Well, it's up, Archer. So you got it.
God dang, that was.
Raise your hand if you're married.
I've been up for a minute. My bad.
None of you married. Raise your hand if you would like to be married to your baby's father. 1.
So when asked if they would like to be married to their baby's father, no one raised their hand. So just to be clear, that is choosing single motherhood. Now he's going to ask, why would you make such a decision? And their answer is going to be far different than yours, because your answer was a dearth or an absence of available quality men. But they're going to say something different.
The rest of you who don't plan to get married, why don't you plan to get married? I'd like to know that.
You already have your child to think about, and then a whole family to care for. You know, it's a lot of responsibility. And then you don't want the commitments.
I wouldn't want no man holding me down, because I think I can make it as a single parent.
I don't want no man holding me down. They're not saying it's an absence of good men. They're saying that they don't want them.
But don't you think you might need help in raising that baby from a man?
Not really. I didn't have a father. My father wasn't in the home, so, you know,
So they don't even want it.
It really, male figures are not substantially.
Male figures are not substantial. Did
they have male figures? How are these women supposed to know that they need a male figure if they didn't even have a male figure? Where are they supposed to get the idea that men
gotta break the generational curse? But
well, these women couldn't do it. They was too
Why
close.
Why are you calling them women? They're 16.
Oh, okay, well, whatever. You see that these I'm calling them women because they have children, they have kids, they're mothers. Okay.
Okay.
These
Here's
women did not have male figures in their lives. I guarantee you, their mothers probably didn't have male figures in their lives. So somebody has to break the generational curse. But this was not the time that it was happening at. They never said that these men that they didn't want were good men or quality men. They just said that we don't need them, and they probably were worthless. They probably were better off without them.
Okay.
I mean,
Edward, if I may,
go ahead.
Like, when determining a person is worthless or not, shouldn't that be made before raw penis enter vagina and semen enter uterus? Like, shouldn't that be determined then?
That should be determined then, but these women, as I said, are obviously living in a community where they're only picking from what's there.
But once again, even if they had a greater pick, they don't think that the male figure is substantial.
They only don't think that because they haven't seen that.
One at a time, y'all.
No,
So let Game Changer say, and I'll let you respond.
What I'm saying is these women are the same age as Barack Obama. These women, are the same age as Hill Harper, both of whom went to Harvard, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And it's not like they spent a lot of time looking. They're 16 years old. I think the reason why these women are single mothers is largely due to them being idiots. And I think that as a result, they perpetuate what's called a generational curse. Now, their mothers didn't tell them that, something, things would have been better if we had a father. And here's what I mean by idiots. Like, they don't look at their current situation as a bad thing. They look at the single mother, possibly on welfare, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, living in a Rosefield, New Jersey apartment that looked like the Wild West burned down. And they're saying, something, this is a good thing. This is a good thing. A man.
If they haven't seen a good man, why would they think they need one? They themselves didn't have fathers. This is a community of
right quick. I haven't seen $1 billion.
This is a community of women. This is a community of women that is becoming further and further and further removed from the idea that they need men because of the lack of male presence. They didn't get this idea from their own.
I haven't seen $1 billion, but I know that I want it. And
okay,
before
but
these,
money is a necessity. Everybody knows they need money. Money is not the same thing as a man. Money is not the same thing as masculine energy. Money is not the same thing as fatherhood.
Before they seen a baby, they know that they wanted it, and before they seen a raw penis, apparently they knew that they wanted it.
I can't hear him. I can't hear him.
No, I was saying
you can't hear him. Or you mean you ain't trying to hear him, or you mean you
no. I'm saying his audio sounds weird.
Okay, here let me take out the headset here. Okay, so before they seen a raw penis, they knew that they wanted that. They knew that they apparently needed that, and that's why they're in the predicament that they're in. Get it? Predicament.
Oh, okay. Well, you can keep slut shaming them and whore shaming them.
Yes, I am. Thank you for your permission.
This does not take accountability away from the fact that there is a lack of good men. There's a lack of suitable men.
We don't know that.
Okay.
Put it like this. Are they picking the most suitable of the unsuitable?
There are no suitable. That's the problem.
No.
Hold on, time out. Arch, hold on. I'm gonna let you jump in. My thing is, this is where Game Changers is white. Black women have to be fucking stupid and their IQ has to be low, because when you talk about generations of women at this point, and only just down the last 5 years are they figuring out they need to date out. That's kind of what I think.
I thought you said divulge has been around for decades now.
Well, no, you're the one that told me that they're just figuring out now they need to date out. According to you, they're just now getting serious about it. Because I said
right now they're actually starting to do it in much greater numbers than they did before, because they are no longer desiring to be with black men.
Hold on, time out. So my question is, they never seen good men. What makes you think they're gonna pick it from another group? Because if what you're saying is true in the black community,
because
good men are not racial. Good. What defines a good man is qualities. You don't all of a sudden know what a good man is because he's white, versus when he's black. So go ahead.
No, we know the qualities of good men because we've seen them more. We've seen what good men look like more. I've had better access.
Good men look like where? Like with what? You're saying good? Like what good non-black men look like?
I'm saying I've seen good men. I've seen good men. I've seen women get married to good men. I have more access to healthy relationships probably than these women did. These women didn't even have access to relationships to their own fathers. So I don't understand the point of sitting here.
We don't know the story of that. Like the reality.
They said they didn't have fathers. They said they didn't have that, and
they say that.
Most likely their mothers didn't have fathers.
Hold on, game
Well, right.
changer. So hold on,
If I may, right
game
quick.
changer. There's a reason why I want to say this. So we're talking. So you make it sound like there's no such thing as a stepfather in the Black community. Like that just shit never happened.
Well, obviously they didn't have access to those either.
I'm not talking about them. That's one reason I didn't want to pull that video. But this idea, Black, you do realize there's like a statistic going around. I need to go get it. This saying that Black men, I don't even know if this is true, that Black men are the most stepdads. Like this idea. See, the problem is the narrative.
You are trying to conflate two different generations right now by Brett. That's why
I didn't pull this video, and this is
this video right now, because also this video was I'm pretty sure the crack epidemic, they were much closer to home.
Okay, so
during the crack
hold
epidemic.
on, I'm gonna stick with the current frames of generations because actually I'm gonna stick with that constraints.
Okay.
You do realize that in the now this came out in the 70s.
This came out in 1986.
86. Okay, so this is that video. You do realize at one point Black women were the most married. See, the way you trying to explain this is generations and generations. So her mother would have pretty much came up pretty much in the 60s, more likely. Their teenage mother, whatever. So my point is, at that time, Black women were a lot more married. Shit, in the 80s, Black women were a hell of a lot more married than they are today.
A lot happened in the Black community during that time. It's not like things just kept going great and stayed the same. A whole lot of things happened during this time.
Come on, like you playing magic tricks right now. Like we're talking about in the early 60s, and I know the history. I'm from Chicago, but I know this may sound like I'm bullshitting, but I was born in Dominguez, Compton. I was literally christened in that era when my mom decided she want to leave Chicago, get with my dad, and then she found religion and went back to Chicago, and then had my two other brothers. So I'm like the odd man out. My point is, look, we are aware of the crack era. We have gone through that here. We know what that is. We know, and the truth about it is, the crack era, you had a lot of women choosing a lot of shit. But whatever, we're not going to play the blame game. Before then, though, when you look at before the 80s, because you had the heroin stuff leading up to that in the 70s, but more in the early 70s and 60s, you're dealing with a different Black female at that point. You're dealing with a different Black female physically, because that's before all of the government cheese. Black women started not Black women, but they started in the welfare stuff, which had steroids, which is why a lot of Black women are developed a bit. That's part of why Black women are a little bit bigger now. When I say bigger, I ain't even talking about fat. I'm just talking about where they developed earlier and stuff like that versus before that, like pre-80s and stuff. That's one of the things nobody talks about, and that ain't even like Black women's fault. But what I'm saying is, the marriage, we were the most married. All of that shit don't just break that shit like that.
So what broke it? What changed?
Well,
I could tell you. I could
go
tell
ahead.
You what
Now you enter
I could tell you what changed. So what changed is this.
Raise your hand if you're married.
Come on, game changer. Don't do that.
None of you are married. Raise your hand if
Game changer is kind of a troll, and he doesn't really make points.
He
does. No, I am making a point. What are you talking about? We have the evidence here.
Game changer. This is not evidence of anything. This is not evidence of anything.
This is them showing that they refuse to marry the fathers of their children.
Hold on. Hold on,
right quick. Let me rock. They're not crying, oh, crack, oh my crack. Edward was born in 1986.
How do you know these men were? How do you know that these men were worth keeping? What if these men were extremely abusive? Do you know that?
No, my point is that all you have to do is find a non-abusive penis.
How do you know? How do you know if the penis is non-abusive or not? How do you know if the penis is non-abusive or not? Can you ask the penis that before it abuses you?
Because it's not abusing you. You see,
but men don't just meet a man that abuses you, game changer. You don't just meet a man and he punches you in the face. Men become abusive over time.
Now that's bull.
Okay,
hold on, game changer.
Right quick.
No, all right, man, because this is turning into something I want to turn into.
Let me just say this right quick.
Wrap it up.
Let me just say this right quick. These girls are 16. How long did they vet these guys before they took their raw penis?
If we'll go back in time, we can ask them. All right.
Excuse me. They're impulsive, hot in the pants. They're taking raw penis at a
okay, game changer. Okay.
You're
No,
right.
All right,
no.
hold on.
They're
Hold
stupid
Okay.
and they're New
Game
Jersey
changer.
ugly.
You're
Okay,
right.
let's be
My
clear.
God, game
Okay.
changer. I really don't want to start a beef and then drop.
Okay.
Okay, so you made your point. My thing with that though is, and that's another thing that people don't want to talk about. Even going into the what he was talking about with, first of all, they're 16. Like this thing, like it can't be. Well, if the men were, see, this is what I'm gonna tell you. Like I told that other chick, what black women are really looking for is like an authoritarian. What y'all are really looking for is the Thanos solution, which is for somebody to do some unspeakable shit and rewrite the whole like black society, and then y'all just forget it happened because y'all are in a great society. And fucking SWP used to call that, he used to classify that as like rape and pillaging. That's really what y'all are looking for, somebody to do some unspeakable shit that y'all will forget about later on. No, listen to what I'm saying, because you keep saying, why are the men there? The women are, you make it sound like one day niggas just went on strike and just never came back in mass. Because that's the only way y'all people can explain going from 80, the most married, to the least in like a 40, 50-year period. And even when you look at what a majority like that, where that first started, we had integration, and it wasn't the niggas ran the white women, because even till this day, 85% of black men deal with black women. So what it is, the problem is black men are not getting married. So that's what dropped. So what happened? It's the welfare, it's the drug era. But see, women try to make it like the men did this. The reality of the situation is,
are you saying that welfare took black men out the home?
What do so you're saying that didn't happen?
That did not happen.
So what happened? So hold on, time out. Game trade. I do not want to pull you down. What happened then? Because hold on, the welfare thing happened before the crack era and the heroin era. So what happened?
Welfare did not take black men out of the home.
What happened?
Welfare was the supplement to black men leaving the home. Hold on. You asked me what happened.
Hold on. So you said that niggas took a pack of cigarettes en masse and left.
I'm saying that black men were leaving the home before welfare was even invented, and the Moynihan report confirmed that. Okay, Cynthia G actually pulled the Moynihan report up. She read it from beginning to end. She especially focused on the part where black men were leaving the home because of welfare. Welfare said you can't have a man in the house.
Said. No,
that's not what happened.
No. You said she focused on the part where they left the home because of welfare.
No, that's not what I said. I said she read the whole report and she focused on the part where because black men have been saying welfare took black men out the home. So she focused on that part especially. She read the whole report, but she focused on that part, and the report said that welfare was invented because black men were leaving the home. It was a supplement to these women not having an option.
Okay, hold on, time out.
Read the Moynihan report.
No. So
y'all been using this report for years.
No, she lied, because you do realize some of us have that report in the PDF format.
Okay, so pull it up and read it.
But hold on. You do. So black women were not allowed to access welfare when the welfare was not for black women at first. Welfare, in order to get welfare, you had to actually be married and be white. Then they removed that part, but niggas still couldn't get, black women couldn't get it. And then they added that later. That stuff scissors. I would love to see that quote that you're talking about, because we got plenty of videos that literally read it word for word too. So unless she did you actually see the words, or did she read it?
She had the report up on the screen, just like how you have the video up on the screen right now, and she read it off the screen. And I think I'm going to cover her video of that on my channel. I would love that, because the Moynihan report has been circulating around this idea that black men were taken out the home because of welfare. And you know what else is going on is that black men are doing the same. Black men are doing the same thing with degrees. They're again saying,
I'm gonna have to pull you down, game changer, because now this is just gonna be me and her. I got a question. So you saying that black men woke up one day, said, "Fuck the black bitch. Where the white woman at?"
No.
Then why did they leave?
No. Black men were leaving because of a lack of income, a lack of jobs, and a lack of being able to handle their responsibility.
I don't know. They were unable to handle their responsibilities in the home, so
Are
they
you
just
talking about
chose
the
to
Great
leave.
Migration? No, that's white men. Like the Great Depression is what you're talking about. That's white. First of all, answer me that. First of all, black women always worked. Do you disagree with that?
Yes, black women always work. That's true.
So, so my point, white women. So what's the point of having welfare if you always are employed anyway? White women were the ones that weren't employed.
Because they still needed the supplement. It was obviously, especially who, white?
So question, because I want to bring this clear. So you telling me that welfare was originally for black women and not white women?
No, it doesn't. Black women were able to utilize welfare as well. Okay, white women also utilize welfare, especially for their men that was coming home from war and stuff like that.
So with them, they were coming home from war. You do realize that there was a time where black women could not access welfare because of racism,
I know that.
Okay,
I know that there was
realize where welfare comes from,
welfare was not invented just for black women.
Welfare comes from the outgrowth of the Great Depression.
Okay, and I've already said that welfare was not created just for black women, but black women utilize welfare as a supplement. And the idea that it was because the idea that you weren't allowed to have a man in the house is not true.
Why is it okay? So
why would the government?
Why is it? Hold on. Why is it fucking only Cynthia G is saying that? Because that's a fucking smoking gun. Why is it that everybody, every chick ain't got this on their?
Oh my goodness! Because you know what? Black men have been using this Moynihan report. Even Chez Charde mentioned the Moynihan report yesterday. I could have used all these facts yesterday, but it's just like I see a willingness to overlook the information.
No. You didn't answer my question. Cynthia G is
I'm trying to answer your question. I heard your question. I'm trying to answer it. I'm saying that people have been using the Moynihan report, and I'm saying that even yesterday, Chez Charde also brought up the Moynihan report, but Cynthia G is the only one that I have ever seen actually open up the Moynihan report and read it. Right. Why have you not opened up the Moynihan report and read it?
Why are you okay? Well, hold on. Hold on 1 second. I'm about to get it. Like, cause I'm gonna tell you something, and I'm just letting you know right now. One of my absolute pet peeves is if I go through this damn report and you fucking make me read this shit. And I don't find what
this on another live because I've already been on for like a couple of hours.
No, you have. No. I absolutely, and I'm glad you ended with that. I want to tell you something. Thank you for coming up. You have been an absolute sport in doing this. You have given me a lot of stuff to chew on. I will go through that report word for word. And if I find that shit, I will post what you saying up. You got my word on that. You got this right here. And I ain't removing this video. So you heard it. If I find what you saying, I will post that shit up and I will declare that the Monohan report is bullshit. Absolutely. If it contextually is what you talk about is real. So, and I actually got experts on the Moynihan report, so I'll be able to get that information quick. So thank you. I appreciate it. And I appreciate it. You stayed very long. It was, for the most part, very cordial. I hope you feel you were heard, at least when you're talking to me.
No, I was. You were a generous guest. Had it gotten crazy, I would have just left. But you were generous.
Good. Yeah, I'm glad for that stamp of approval. And shout out Danica Maria's in here. You know, so we had some people in here. Appreciate the $10. I'm gonna share your stuff. And yeah, and you've been on here a long time, so appreciate it. Take care.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Mm-hmm. All right. Game Changer, I apologize, but she was on here like 2.5 hours, man.
I have the section on the Moynihan report right there on your screen.
Cool.
All right, let's see if we can increase that.
I want to see this shit.
All right. I guess it says the breakdown of Negro family has led to a startling increase in welfare dependency. So I think that this might be the part that she's talking about, if you want to do that. I got to step away for a second, but
so you're gonna make me read it in case the shit's wrong. No, okay, no, I got you. I appreciate you getting it. The breakdown of the Negro, man. Where the fuck is BG? Somebody get BGS. Email him, please. I didn't expect to be on here this long. Like I really didn't.
Look, man, that was some bullshit, man. Every word, every last fucking word of the shit
Well,
about
here's
black males. Black males are ruining the community with
so
not being fathers and shit. Come on now.
So, truth. Here's the thing. The one thing that I want on my channel is candor. I want them to tell me what they really think. I'm not about to talk about her and disparage her. I'm talking about me. But you can do whatever you want to do. But
No,
is
I'm not going to
candor as to
disparage her, but
candor as to what they want. Because I like this, I can check this. And then we'll see, because they always say we share it. So hold on, let me read this real quick. The breakdown of the Negro family has led to a startling increase in welfare dependency. The majority of Negro children receive public assistance under the AFDC program at one point or another in their childhood. At present, 14% of Negro children are receiving AFDC assistance, as against 2% of white children. 8% of white children receive such assistance at some time, as against 56% of non-whites, according to a explanation based on hue data. Parentheses. Let it be noted, however, that out of the total of 1.8 million non-white illegitimate children in the nation in 1961, 1.3 million were not receiving aid under the AFDC program, although a substantial number have or will receive aid at some time in their lives. Parentheses ended. Again, the situation may be said to be worsening. The AFDC program, deriving from the long established Mother's Aid program, was established in 1935, principally to care for the widows and orphans, although the legislation covered all children in homes deprived of parental support because one or both of their parents are absent or inadequate or incapacitated. In the beginning, the number of AFDC families in which the father was absent because of the desertion was less than a third of the total. Today, it is 2/3. Hugh estimated that between 2/3 and 3/4 of the 50% increase in 1948 into 1955 is the number of absent father families receiving ADC, may be explained by an increase in broken homes in the population. And then I don't know, I can't see where else it goes from here. Let me see.
Here, let me go to it.
This is her fucking smoking gun.
Well, it doesn't really talk about cause or effect, like, are the broken homes?
Yeah. Hold on, time out. Let me go ahead and get some of these super chats real quick. So shout out to Danica Marie, dope discussion. Browsing for something to watch while I cook, and I see my homeboy Game Changer on the panel of a recommended video. Let me listen in a while I get these veggie burgers together. I much appreciate that. I do. I really do, especially when bigger creators. I definitely appreciate that. Freeman's Journal, the black woman will always reverse engineer any situation of black men. Caleb, Timmy Bailey, Edward, I'm Gen Z. A lot of these self-proclaimed swirlers are Gen X and early millennials. They're too old to matter. TD, tell him, Ed, you got a lot of patience, sir. Maury, returns, bro. Thanks so much for the great commentary you had during Bernard's live streams earlier today. You keep it real, and you actually gave hope solutions to the woman. You're one of my favorites, man. Okay, so as far as this thing, because what I was gonna pull up was that we have the Monahan report on BGS Igmore that's multiple years old, and we already gone through it. But the point is, you can see in the very title. Well, what's up, Mad Max X?
How you doing, sir?
Okay, so you're not a troll. Okay, I was just making sure I had you on that trigger.
Can I say something?
Hold on one second, because we got a lot of people up here. Is Game Changer? Yeah, Game Changer, you're back.
I'm still here. Yeah.
Yeah. So
I scrolled down the screen.
Okay, so let me see. A 1960 study of aid dependency children in Cook County stated the typical ADC mother in Cook County was married and had children by her husband who deserted. Oh, this is probably what it is. His whereabouts are unknown, and he does not contribute to the support of his children. She is not She is not free to remarry and has had illegitimate child since her husband left. Almost 90% of the ADC families are Negro. The study The steady expansion of this welfare program as a public assistance program in general can be taken as a measure of the steady disintegration of the Negro family structure over the past generation in the United States. First of all, that says that that's in Chicago. That's not representative of everywhere. And that also does not have the context. So my question is, women are the Igmore. Yeah, Artie Igmore, you read this shit recently, because that's been a minute since I looked at it.
All right, so this is the thing. The Monahan report and the Carter Commission go hand in hand. And me and BGS was reading on Carter Commission. I didn't do it today because I was feeling kind of sick. But I just want to clear up a couple things. But because I'm reading it too. The fact of the matter is that a lot of black men were leaving their home because one, some left. That is true, some left. Two, they couldn't get jobs, so the women kicked them out. Because the Carter Commission said that, because when they were going to these urban centers, because when the immigrants came in, they locked up all the jobs in these urban centers. And so when the black community started to go into these urban centers at a higher rate back in the 50s and 60s, they couldn't establish themselves in these urban centers. So they had to get the lesser paying jobs that nobody wanted, not even the immigrants would do. So when the immigrants came into these centers, they had already locked up all the jobs. Black men got paid less, and that's why you had this matriarchy system that's been going on since slavery, still going on with the black community, because the men were not able to provide for their families like that because the jobs were already taken out.
I would also, and I don't know if I can, I don't know if she's gonna hear this. If somebody can reach out to her, I'm gonna look for it. I want that video from Cynthia G. I want that video.
Now, I want to point out also that this is told from the point of view of the woman. Like she's the only one there to really substantiate the report. For all we know, the guy still lived there and he's eating off the welfare too. Like,
there's also reports of like they used to have some of the guys in the South that used to send their wives and kids up there, because a lot of these women were still married. They just sent their kids up to in the city so they could be better educated. So it was a lot of factors that stayed in place. Some of them were not deserted. They just said they were deserted just so they can get welfare.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, this story seems to be the standard story that they told in order to receive the service. But, we weren't there.
Can I say something?
Step down.
Yeah, go ahead, man, Max. I know we got a full panel.
So, there's a historical context behind that report. Now, the lady said that, first of all, that report came out before the Welfare Act was a law. The report came out in 1964. Welfare Act didn't get into place until 1968. Prior to the 1960s, the Democrats were losing elections left and right. LBJ was the one who started the war on poverty. The reason why the Moynihan report was made was because Patrick Moynihan was an economist. He actually was a mayor of New York prior to entering the cabinet of LBJ. His report was to go against the war on poverty. His report was a prediction. It was a prediction of what was going to happen, because prior to that, the welfare used to be 4 different agencies. When LBJ passed the Welfare Act, that turned all the welfare agencies into one. So before, you had to go to a different agency to get food stamps, you had to go to a different agency to get Section 8, and so on and so on. So the Welfare Act put everything into one agency, and that went into law in 1968.
Oh, she's still here. Yeah, we're breaking it down. But at the end of the day, that's not the narrative you put out there, what you're saying. So go ahead, because I'm putting up here the actual Monahan report where we went through it like years ago. Like, this is something we went through. So just so you know, we have it too. So
no, I'm saying that the historical context
hold on, time out, Mad Max. This is 2016. So this idea that we don't have it, and we don't go through it. You see, this is the problem. Women really believe that we just took this shit. You really believe we're the logical ones. You really believe that we wouldn't have went through this shit and not understood every ounce of it? Just like Cynthia G has not gone through the Kerner Commission. That's why I want that video of what she said. So this is not about having facts. Everybody has read. I don't know a report like the back of my hand, but everybody's read the report. We have PhDs on our side that read the report. Dr. Tiasan Johnson, Green Gorilla, Ron O'Neill, actually certified PhDs. We're not making it up. And you're taking one little thing and trying to make it like that was the fucking smoking gun. That's how I kind of know. First of all, Cynthia G wouldn't have been the only one to pull that. As soon as that got there, every female would have been saying that. Because that would have been easy way to kill the report. Go ahead, man.
So that's what I was saying, is that they take it out of historical context to act like it was out at the same time the Welfare Act was passed, which is not true. As an economist, Patrick Moynihan was trying to tell LBJ what was going to happen in the greater society, because he's seen what happened, how public assistance, because like I said, he was the mayor of New York, so he's seen how it affected.
The report was a prognostication
exactly.
based on what was going on in urban centers.
There you go. And because he was in the biggest city at the time, by the time he get to DC, he's like, yo, if you really want to do this, this is what's going to happen. You understand? Now, I find it funny that the your female panelist is going to say men left the house because of this reason. There's a movie from the 1970s called Claudine that showed that the woman had to hide the man when the social worker came to the house. So how could she just say that men just left the house for no reason? And when you asked her where did they go, she said they don't know.
No, time out. No, that's a great point. What she specifically said was men were not kicked out of the home because of welfare. They got welfare because men left the home. Now, I personally know that happens because my mother and my stepdad in Chicago was able to pull from we would actually get into a better building, Presidential Towers. Look it up, and it was one of the hot things on Madison Street and back in the 90s. One of the hot new buildings. She was able to get into that. This is when like she only had me and my younger brother with welfare, and my stepdad could not be in a home for that very reason. So this idea, they checked that shit. So the fact, see what she's saying is that's a myth. It's not true that you didn't have people that came to the house that actually checked. That's actually not true. We know that's not true because I can tell you plenty. Because here's the thing: in the South doesn't have projects. Some cities, but like you're in North Carolina. North Carolina doesn't have projects like that. When you're on Section 8, which is a part of welfare,
why wouldn't the government send auditors for one of their expenditures? That doesn't even make any fucking sense.
And that's one of
the biggest goddamn costs of the goddamn economy now and of the last 30 years. You should know that, Miss graduate or whatever.
And like I said, when I try to beat her up, she's putting the link, and I want the link. Because I love this. This is what we getting in some good shit. I'm not going through it now. Like I'm putting in a private chat. Y'all can do what you will with it. Like I'm gonna deal with it once she does it, because this is gonna have to end. But this is BGS's original mind. People have gone through it later. BGS did kind of a remaster with the Kerner Commission with Arthur Igmore. I actually need to go. Let me not be an asshole and not give Arthur Igmore stuff, because y'all should be subscribed to Arthur Igmore. But they do have auditors, and they have auditors for that. That's one of the purposes that they have. Like that's actually something you can actually verify that they do. That's not something we're making up. You can verify they do that. And I can tell you from people that have family members that are on Section 8, because we don't typically call Section 8 welfare, right? But it is. So that's one of the things they check for. It's a little bit more taboo now than it was originally when they started doing it decades ago. But so they don't really talk about it like that. But that is one of the things that they check for.
See, that's why she needed to go through the whole entire thing and read the whole entire thing and understand it. That's why when I'm reading the Kerner Commission now with BGS and looking at this, everything makes sense.
Well, the thing about it
is, they go off
is
of each other.
Yeah, and the thing, yeah, absolutely, and that's good. And here's what he did, the Kerner Commission as well with BGS. I don't know if you got that as a playlist, but I'm gonna share the videos on my community tab, so y'all need to check it out for yourselves. But we wouldn't make no mistake, we wouldn't have took this and then railgunned it, and then it could just be knocked off. Did she put the link?
There's one more important point as well.
Go ahead.
The next important point was that's when Black people switched from Republican to Democrats when the Welfare Act got passed. Prior to that, blacks on the whole, in the majority, voted Republican. They switched over after the Welfare Act.
And that explains why Black women are so loyal to the Democratic Party. which is something that I forget who brought that. Somebody brought that up.
Is she a model on your channel?
Oh shit! No, she's not. That's why
she probably she can't drop a link. Yeah,
she can't drop the link.
All right, no, I got you. So at least
Could you moderate from a comment?
That's what I'm trying to do.
But hey, Ed, though, here's another thing. It's all this talk about supporting the Democrats because the Republicans are racist. But I mean, this is so stupid. I mean, if you don't see the other side of the hand, I mean, you're just gonna be blind forever. Because I mean, it was the Southern Democrats they were the ones who voted in the black codes initially.
Yeah, I mean, no, absolutely.
And they were the ones. Ones we were fighting all the way up until the 60s. So what are you talking about? Like, I mean, these people forget history.
Well, it ain't that. The thing is, the history. People don't like. Women don't want to be women. Like, women can't be the victims of. They got to be the victims of their own story, like they do. And when now we're having intergenerational conversations, because at this point, it's kind of like, okay, so we're supposed to. Okay, so I made you a moderator so you could post that link. So I appreciate it. Because I want it, but the idea, and then I'm gonna, because I'm about to wrap this up. But the idea, here's the idea. The thing about it is, it's gotta be okay. Well, we just bounced and all this other shit, and all these women just have. Because my thing is, if it's really that bad, then how the fuck you think you gonna just pick non-black men and pick the right ones? And you already see what's going on. As more kids are being sired outside of black men, they're not picking well-to-do. Like, let's be clear here. Chick that's an 8, 9, or 10. They are universally attractive, so that doesn't matter. So her experience talking about, well, I went to New York. Like, Philly ain't that bad. So this idea, like, that you went to New York and it's like all of New York is Wall Street. The truth is, New York is being gentrified like a motherfucker. But it ain't like all New York is Wall Street. You still got Brooklyn. You still got the
New York is slums. But Edward, please,
Edward, bro. I gotta push back against this space, because this is one thing I want to address to y'all that I think y'all's doing wrong, and I've been saying this long. We have to stop giving the women the argument that they picked the wrong guy, because they're just gonna flip it and say, "Hey, well, they're all wrong. I would pick only from what I had," and you gotta drill it home that the decisions they're making. Because most of these guys are not bad. Not even Pookie and Ray Ray's are bad guys.
Archer. Like, I get what you're saying, but at the end of the day, it's not my goal here to change their behavior anyway. So my goal here is to get what they actually think.
That's not to change their behavior. That's to put the point that they are doing something wrong, and it's not the men. Because when you give them the argument that they just picked the wrong guy, even though they're the ones who left the guy, even though they're the ones who made it hard for the guy to see the kids. See, we're acting like these thugs, even these gang members, don't have us. We're talking about a matriarchy where black men love mama.
I get that. That ain't gonna change shit, though. Okay. Like, I hear what you like. I'm not saying that's not a bad tactic, but I'm not interested in getting them to admit I pick bad men. First of all, she don't got kids. If the women want to play this, it ain't no good. Because my thing is, if you pick bad, if there's no good men, then y'all shouldn't be fucking black men. Well, we just now are getting serious about that. And here's what's crazy. This is how you know that's 100% bullshit. They're saying that they're getting serious about divestment because of the black manosphere, which is telling me that social media very much so is influential in what you do. Because what's happening on the ground is not what the manosphere is doing. The black manosphere is, we are speaking what's on the ground, but you get what I'm saying. Like, this idea that all these women listen to social media, so they're just all of a sudden getting a white man, that's bullshit. Like, what she deals with on the ground in Philly, or what she dealt with, had fucking nothing to do with what was on social media now. And so this idea that Tommy Sotomayor and 10 years later we hold out, this is a narrative that they hold on to. And so and we know that the myth of white womanhood has existed for an extremely long time. We brought up bell hooks. We brought up Soldier and the Truth ain't on a woman. They just think it's new to them, but it's not new. The purpose of this, and this is why I appreciate, is because she gave candor. I can go through it and all that. Y'all could chop it up, but she was very candid. My stuff was to get her on the record as to what she thought. As far as trying to and ask her push questions in order to see, okay, if I push here, what did she say? I'll push here, what did she say? And those are all genuine questions that I gave. If I press here, press there, what is she gonna say to get a more accurate like understanding as to what she actually thought? And she was very candid as far as what she thought. And the reality, and she said what she's out of. She's out of Philly, you know. So that gives us to understand. We know what the Philly shit is on. That gives us a very understanding on a lot of things. We know the content creators over there. Obsidian's out there. Donovan Sharp's out there. SWP is out there. You know, I got a rough idea how old she may be. So it is what it is. But ultimately, if black women want to talk about all black men are bad, well, I mean, go deal with non-black men. You know, just
well, in her statement when she was saying she went to New York, and I was like, my radar went up right then. I said, because I already know the scene.
Oh, my bad, Marty.
That's why I wanted to get up in there. I wasn't going to go crazy, but
did she post a link yet?
But
hold on, somebody said the link is there. Okay, I got it.
But the thing is, in New York, she doesn't understand.
Oh, that's when you wanted to come up. I forgot. I didn't think about that.
She doesn't understand her problem in this market, or and New York is reflective. It's just at a higher rate, but
it's still the fucking Northeast. But.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is she doesn't understand. Her problem is most black women don't make a distinction between class. So you have before Cardi B was Cardi B. The same way Cardi B thing is the same way a Michelle Obama would think. Like they all share the same mind hive like thinking, and they don't understand. So okay, so you go to New York, and so her excuse was, well, we just having sex and babies with the guys down the block because like she acting like there's no cars, there's no vehicles, there's no internet, there's no telephones. They don't even know what a good man looks like, but yet they know what education looks like. So make that work. So what they don't understand is that because there's no class system. And in other words, trailer park women don't deal with upper middle class women. They make a distinction and a separation.
Yeah, she did this a year ago. She did this in September of 2021. Yeah, so we're talking about a year and a half ago.
Yeah, Edward, I'm just gonna be honest with you. I listened to a little bit of that Cynthia G. You're gonna have fun tearing that shit apart.
But what I'm trying to say is she's not understanding the type of men that would fall under the categories of good men. She doesn't have access to. She don't have the octane to punch up to deal with those men, because quite honestly, on that level, what men actually do in that level, depending on what the situation is, club, event, they actively look for places, a lot of these women, these and I'm gonna say classless, and I mean that in a way where there's no distinction between the hood rat and the upper tier. We separate ourselves to make sure we're not in the.
Yeah, you're talking about BTS talks in it as octanes.
Yeah, we're not. But what I'm saying is, even these so-called, I guess, well, I gotta revisit his scale. But I'm saying even the ones that are considered like 93s all share like the same. In other words, for instance, like this. You see how the other week Tommy Sotomayor got punched in the face by everybody's seen that. So what I'm saying is the predictor is, or the thought process is, most women, no matter if they're on her level or on a 93, obviously if she has indicators where she doesn't have that type of behavior, but a lot of cases you don't want to take the chance and something popping off and you getting embarrassed. So what happens a lot of times, and they're seeing the effects of the men secluding themselves from these women. So now they're getting the top tier women. They're saying, oh, well, why is he dealing with this white girl? You don't have access to these guys. You might look good, but the reality is when you reach that type of level, you're not going to be in a situation like Tommy was sitting at a table next to one of these chicks, because anything can happen.
Tommy flew that hoe out. That's and we've talked about this before. We already know Tommy doing that on a very, very low grade.
But even with that, the only reason why she was mad, because let's just keep it real, her friend looked better than her, and she was probably he probably flew them out, and he probably wanted to knock both of them down. But the way it goes, it's like, listen, if you flying two chicks out and one got a funny attitude and one's with it, you're gonna say fuck this girl, and you're gonna smash the one that's with it. And you're not gonna.
Well, that's even what happened. I think. See, this is what I think happened. It's not too far off of what you're talking about, but this chick, the light skinned chick, was more understanding of the relationship part, and I could probably get more money in a relationship with Tommy, more money, more clout. There was more things to be had. and a lot of smart women understand this because you're gonna get less generally in the transaction. You'll always generally get less from a man transactionally than you might get it from more of a relationship, right? And so the other woman's down, the other chick wasn't, and she got mad because she thought he tried to play her because you tried to do that. Oh, I want to help you out, bullshit, rather than because she wanted the money. And then and so people, I don't even think it so much had to do with the look part. I think it just wound up that way. So I'm bringing everybody up. I mean, I'm like, look, man, I'm gonna let y'all get y'all final thoughts because, like I said, I got to end this. She was on here long, and I appreciate that. I do.
Is she gonna start one up?
Oh yeah.
Is
By the way, I don't know. I don't even know if she got a channel. She said she got a channel.
She need to go ahead and open one up.
I mean, she tried, nigga. You don't go to their domain. They gonna fry your ass. To the Roger Report with the $5. Hold on, y'all. With the Roger Report with $5. Appreciate it. The men weren't leaving the homes. Women used the government to get rid of some. The others went and fought in the war with Vietnam. That's another thing that people don't talk about, but they're not honest about this. As far as people saying y'all are disappointed, I don't know what the fuck you disappointed at. But I told you motherfuckers, y'all be talking about I'm an incel and I don't know how to talk to black women and shit like that. What the fuck? Like, nigga, I told you, I don't usually be just drilling bitches when they on here unless they get Miss J the only chick that's ever
She need to work though. She did need to work though. I ain't gonna.
I mean,
lie.
well, go listen to Shay. I mean, but I'm not the nigga that gives you the work like that. That's other people.
That's why she can go ahead and open up that channel.
Shout out to T3 with the $10. Edward Anderson. You must remember these ladies don't have the mental capacity to handle the black manosphere. I mean, she stayed for a good onslaught of what I was saying, you know. And I was surprised because Shay wasn't hitting her with that hard shit. But like I told you before, a lot of women get more angrier when other women because they see it's a betrayal. But go ahead, Charles, and then we're gonna start getting final thoughts. I hate to say this, if you want to open something up, I'll send these motherfuckers to you, Charles. But shit,
I'm opening up. I'm opening up something. I already got it.
All right, so let me go ahead and get your name, because I know people.
Just go to my page and you'll see the first video. It's on the standby. I'll be over there a couple of minutes. I'll start early.
Hashtag Black women go over to
So what did you think
Charles
about? What did you think about that? And I appreciate Danica Marie coming by. You know, I appreciate everybody. Now that I clicked on Cynthia G shit, now the fucking pink pill, I see that live. See my algorithm has COVID now.
Oh, they're live? Oh God.
I'll just say
Come see me on Austin Off Script live now. So go ahead.
Feed 545. I smell a broad that has a brain that's super dumb. How do you debunk the Monahan report when it tells you that you were put in a gynocratic roles slavery? See, this is what happens when somebody actually tells these bras that they're smart. Anybody who's researched anything will tell you the Monahan says this was right. Don't act like all of y'all were these struggling mothers. You picked a lot of the predicaments. I'm glad I wasn't up there for that one chick who was 25 on Bernard's channel. You talk, I hate it when women say, what do the men do? Look what y'all do. Y'all have these babies by the worst kind of guys. It's like you picked them out.
It's a common thing though. This is a common argument. So because if you notice that she was on my stream, she was literally saying the exact word for word thing that the other chick was saying. So this is common, and you saw how that ended up. That ended up being more cordial, but. Like this, look, man. If black men don't have this thing against lying. If old niggas really bounced on y'all like that, then the question we want to ask is why you still fucking with these motherfuckers. But then the other thing is gonna be like we would call them out for that. Like this idea that we're just like how Papa was a Rolling Stone. Women were having multiple kids by multiple different dudes. Like,
do you know how many women I knew? My homeboy said about his grandmother. She was married and she had another the mailman's baby, literally.
Yeah, we never got it. That's what I forgot about the fucking black male worship. Fuck. Go ahead.
It's funny because They act like these women are like so innocent, perfect wills of God. No, they weren't. Y'all was slapping babies on the most capable men y'all could find because y'all were out there at the juke joint getting pregnant. You do the same thing. You go to clubs and don't act like it doesn't happen because I had to fill out a domestic violence form and the chick didn't even know the real name of her child's father. She just knew his nickname.
Oh damn. Oh shit. I mean, for real, and it's all this. They don't have it. Like, it was funny how at the end of the day the safe space on the bingo board was they didn't have a father though. But they didn't have a dad. I was like, yo, you gonna really use that? I let her use it because I'm like, you know, and I ain't trying to.
They didn't have a father. Okay, then why did you ask your mother why she get married before she had your trifling ass?
Because she didn't have a father.
Well, that was your mother's fault because she gave away goods that didn't keep the fox inside the hen house.
But she didn't know. Because she don't know what a good man is, but they gonna know what a good man is when they see that white motherfucker.
Well, let me put it to you this way. I've never been shot. I know that I don't want to be. How do you know how I feel to be shot? I know I don't want to be. It's like saying you don't know how to be a good human being. So that gives you a license to bitch. That's the poorest excuse. Well, guess what? From now on, I don't know what a good woman is. How about that? I'm gonna treat you all like hoes.
Nigga,
but we can't do that now, can we?
It's too much. It's too much fuckery, yo. Like I'm in my Telegram looking at Jessica X got kicked off by Tasha K. You know, it's so much fuckery, man. It's so much fuckery, man. I'm getting tired, nigga. Go ahead.
I mean, look at some of these. Look at some of these. Like matter of fact, let's look at least. Like, what's that? Leslie Turner. You could tell, like, I could tell she's like one of those ugly bitches. Like, because a real woman's gonna have her face and she really thinks she's beautiful out there for the world to see.
Hold on, no. To be fair, you talk about the chick that came on. To be fair to her, she did show her face on Chez Charde's. You know, now granted, you know, your opinion about what that is your opinion, but she did show it. I'll put it up here. But I did want to be she did show it. And just like the chick, the other chick was pretty attractive on what's her name? What's his name? Bernard, right? What the fuck? Bernard, hold on.
Bernard Riley.
Yeah, like hold on. But let me see. So she did. So she ain't really. Hold on. I'm gonna play this and keep saying what you're saying. Why? I find this, man. I ain't really tired. It's just I gotta get up in the morning. So
hey, but Crystalline cares and she over there slaying a nigga, low level manosphere nigga, I suppose.
She's slaying. What is she?
She on the phone with a nigga. She on the phone with these niggas. I guess she doing a little call.
If you go over there, ask her this one question: where the white men at?
You know what, man? If you want to see it on the video, you gonna see it. I ain't even gonna pull it up, but you know. But anyway, Lion, you got anything to say? And then we'll do Marty and Sir Pookie. I'll let Charles have the last word, and we're gonna send it over. I'm already dropping the link. Lion, going once. Okay.
Yeah, hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Yeah, man. I mean, I think it was just some BS, man. I think that it comes down to, you know, the woman is innocent. They don't do anything. Like, these women know what they're doing, and I think that we you know, it comes down to accountability. They want to hold men accountable, but they don't want to hold themselves accountable. And I think that, you know, and what she didn't make sense. If it's a matriarchy, then they have the power. Then if they have the matriarch, then they're making a decision. Like they have access to sex. You know, like dudes will know. Oh, being a thug will get women. That's what they're gonna do, right? These women are going to prison. Nobody putting a gun in their head and say, "I'm gonna date a dude that's in prison." You know what I'm saying?
Well,
and it's white women that do it too. So no, it's some bullshit.
Yeah,
bullshit, man. You
and
know.
absolutely. And Black Excellence, he talked about on Chez before she left. She said the most racist things on black men, and Shay was just nodding her everywhere. Man, dude, why are you being disingenuous like that? I just played the clip. Like she was, you know, the context in which she was doing that. Shay was over it. Like stop trying to. Why you doing that, man? Anyway, Black Excellence. That's not Black Excellence. It's not Black Excellence. Anyway, finish your thought line, and then we'll go to Marty. You good? I mean, she stayed. Look, I'm gonna keep it real. Most of them, they just come in, get a bullshit, leave. She stayed for a minute, so I gotta give her credit. And she provided a link, and so I will definitely chew on it. I don't know if I'm gonna do a breakdown of that Monahan video, just because I don't know if I want to hear Cynthia G's mouth to keep it all the way 100. But I got the video. I'm gonna go through it, because I'm gonna have to suffer through her voice and shit. Hello, can anybody hear me? All right, man. I got the fuck.
Everybody was muted, but hey, but Cynthia G be on your ass like that?
No, Cynthia G ain't on my ass, but I mean, you gotta realize I gotta suffer through her voice, do a play-by-play, which that shit was 2 hours. You know how I do my play-by-plays. Then I gotta go through the Monahan. Like that's a lot of work.
Nigga, you pause every 5 seconds. That's your fault, nigga.
Nigga, yeah, but I still gotta suffer through her voice. Even if I don't pause it at all, that's 2 hours.
Nigga, it's endearing.
I mean, I'm gonna give
nigga, this ain't Guantanamo Bay. Go ahead.
I'm gonna give a synopsis of this. I don't want to hear shit from her about trying to debunk the Monahan report when she can't even debunk her own family issues. Like it's like you got this whole jihad against black men, but when you were going hard against white men, they shut you the fuck up, didn't they? Well, you already know the history between myself and the Gorgon. I've already taken that head. You can only chop the fucking head off of a dragon so many times. Like, really, I want you to really think about it. She is living the embodiment of what the Monahan reports talks about. Non-married, but becomes a baby mama. How you gonna disprove something that you live? Riddle me that, Edward. She's a living embodiment of it. Really.
All right, y'all. So we about to end it. I'm dropping that link, so make sure y'all check out Charles. It's going down. You know, it's been. I mean, man, this week has been like, what the fuck? So y'all see the link? Just type in Charles Faulkner,
come
and y'all be
to
straight.
The stream.
So yeah. So with that I mean, she been, dude. You can't reasonably expect that. She been on here like 2.5 hours. You know, good. Well, come on, man. Anyway,
Well,
with that being
she done said a lot.
You talking about
said a lot.
Yeah. So anyway, so with that being said, appreciate everybody stopping by. Appreciate the super chats. Appreciate the acknowledgement. And with that being said, this is Edward signing off.